Good morning. My name is James Valentine, and welcome to the externally led, patient-focused drug development meeting on acromegaly. I'm here with my appropriately socially distanced co-host, Larry Bauer, and we're coming to you live from the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, actually not too far from where the U.S. Food and Drug Administration headquarters are located. To open today's meeting, it is my pleasure to introduce Jill Cisco, the president of the acromegaly community, who will be providing some welcoming remarks. Jill?
Well, good morning. My name is Jill Cisco, and I'm the president of Acromegaly Community, which was founded in 2007. I'd like to virtually welcome you all to this externally led patient-focused drug development meeting on acromegaly. Thank you to the many staff members of the U.S. Food and Drug Administration that are taking the time to join us today. And another special welcome to our industry sponsors, who have so generously helped to support the cost of this meeting. But most importantly, I want to welcome the members of the audience who live with acromegaly. This meeting is about you and for you. Acromegaly is a rare disorder that occurs in all populations, but can vary by severity, age of onset, and gender. When it occurs in children or adolescents, it causes pituitary gigantism. Acromegaly is caused typically by a tumor of the pituitary gland at the base of the brain that produces excessive amounts of growth hormone. Acromegaly occurs in the U.S. at a rate of approximately 3 new cases per million per year, and approximately 20,000 are living with acromegaly in the U.S. However, many more patients remain undiagnosed. Acromegaly has a heavy health burden, impairs physical appearance, increases mortality, and is associated with chronic quality of life decrements. My own journey with acromegaly started in the early 1990s. My first symptom was weight gain that was followed by loss of menses, breast issues, biliary issues, heart issues, carpal tunnel, a change in appearance, fatigue, increase in the size of my hands and feet, and even the locking of my joints. I went to many doctors, but it wasn't until I found one that was familiar with acromegaly that I was able to get the diagnostic test needed to prove that acromegaly was the cause of my issues. I eventually was diagnosed with a 2.5 by 2.7 centimeter aggressive macroadenoma tumor by MRI scans. In the 3 weeks prior to my surgery, my tumor had grown about 1/3 in size. I suffered roughly 12 years prior to diagnosis, and firmly believe, because of the changes within my acromegaly, that I would not be here now to tell my story if I hadn't actively sought out a correct diagnosis. We have since identified that my breast tissue has played a role in my disease, as each time I had this tissue debulked, my levels went down and my symptoms improved. I am also certain that this secondary source played a role in the aggressive behavior of my disease, as it was my breast issues that actually led me to a diagnosis. Because of this condition, I do not feel like I was the wife, mother, or person that I was meant to be. The effects of all the above led me to limit myself to the one child that I have, and even with her, I feel like the fatigue and the other health issues impacted her childhood negatively. The changes in appearance and other health obstacles made me withdraw from everyday life. This is why Acromegaly Community has meant so much to me. Being in a safe place where there was no judgment for what my appearance was, and for so many to understand the quiet suffering that so many with this condition endure. One cannot understand what it is like to look into the mirror and not recognize the person staring back until it happens to you. Add to this the physical, financial, mental tolls. This disease hits you from every single direction in your life. Acromegaly Community was made to try to help patients be their best advocates and regain some of their quality of life back. Today is about hearing directly from patients and their caregivers to ensure FDA and other stakeholders know both the common experiences in addition to the heterogeneity that exists in acromegaly. There is a massive unmet medical need for treatments for people living with acromegaly. We hope that you will find that sharing our stories today is as fulfilling as it has been to organize this meeting. We invite patients and caregivers to either call in or write in during this program. We need to hear as many perspectives as possible. Thanks to our co-moderators, James Valentine and Larry Bauer, for being in studio while I am remote. James and Larry are both former FDA officials who worked in different capacities to bring the voice of rare disease patients like us into FDA decision-making. Both were involved in helping to establish the PFDD initiative and participating in the early FDA-led meetings. Recently, they have helped many patient groups organize and moderate nearly 3/4 of the 43 ELPFDD meetings. James and Larry, your help with this meeting, not just today, but for the entirety of working closely with me in the planning of it, has been pivotal to us being able to have our voices heard. With that being said, it is my pleasure to hand the meeting over to James and Larry.
Thank you, Jill, for that kind introduction, but also for sharing some of your story here today. This is really what we're here for and what today is all about. So thank you for starting off in that spirit of sharing, and we hope to hear so many other voices of people impacted with acromegaly today. Now, to provide some opening remarks on behalf of FDA, it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Teresa Kehoe, the Director of the Division of General Endocrinology within FDA's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. Dr. Kehoe is responsible for providing guidance to companies and reviewing new drugs for acromegaly. Dr. Kehoe?
Thank you, James, and good morning. I would like to start by thanking the acromegaly community for the invitation to speak to you today. I commend all of the staff that were involved in the planning and execution of this meeting. Our current public health emergency with the COVID-19 pandemic has certainly raised some unique challenges to overcome. I may not see you, but I am happy to hear that many patients, caregivers, and advocates are able to participate. Thank you all for being part of this meeting and sharing your experiences with us. As you've heard, I'm the Director of the Division of General Endocrinology in the Office of New Drugs in the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research at FDA. I am a board-certified endocrinologist and have been at FDA since 2002, first as a clinical reviewer, then as a clinical team leader, and now as a division director. The Division of General Endocrinology manages the drug development programs for many diseases of the endocrine glands, including the pituitary gland, where the growth hormone is made and secreted. While we can measure hormone levels to follow treatment for many endocrine disorders, including growth hormone excess and acromegaly, that information alone does not tell us the whole story of whether a patient's symptoms are improving on therapy. This unknown is why today's meeting is so important for my colleagues and I. We want to hear your perspectives on acromegaly, including your symptoms and what you look for as you consider your options for therapy. Currently, there are surgical, radiation, and medical therapies available for the treatment of acromegaly. Each option has benefits and can reduce the long-term disease-related complications, but these treatments do have limitations and potential risks. For surgery and radiation therapy, which usually precede medical therapy, there is risk of damage to surrounding tissues and the loss of important other pituitary hormone functions. Risks with approved medications include worsening thyroid hormone function, worsening glucose control, worsening gallbladder disease, and the potential for liver toxicity with some therapies. Even though there are currently available treatments for acromegaly, we recognize there is more progress to be made and more work to be done to further advance the treatment and management of growth hormone excess and acromegaly. FDA shares the acromegaly community's commitment to facilitate the development of safe and effective medical products for acromegaly. While FDA plays a critical role in medical product development, we are just part of that process. These patient-focused drug development meetings give FDA and other key stakeholders, including medical product developers, academic researchers, healthcare providers, and federal partners, an important opportunity to hear directly from patients, their families, their caregivers, and patient advocates about the symptoms that matter most, the impact the disease has on patients' daily lives, and the experiences patients have with currently available treatments. We would like to hear what specific things patients look for in an ideal treatment to manage their condition. This will help inform the focus of new drug development and clinical trials. FDA protects and promotes public health by evaluating the safety, effectiveness, and quality of new products. But we do not develop medical products ourselves, and we do not conduct the clinical trials. It is FDA's responsibility to ensure that the benefits of the product outweigh its risks. Therefore, having this kind of dialogue is extremely valuable for us because hearing what patients care about can help us lead the way in figuring out how to best facilitate medical product development for acromegaly and understand how patients view the benefits and risks of therapies for the treatment of acromegaly. We look forward to incorporating what we learned today into the agency's thinking and understanding of how patients view benefits and risks of therapies for acromegaly. Your input and perspectives really help us and will also help industry and academia to move the drug development process forward to ensure that new medications meet the needs of people living with acromegaly. My colleagues and I are here today to hear the voice of the patient, so thank you for your participation. We are grateful to each of you for being here and sharing your personal stories, experiences, and perspectives. Thank you. And back to you, James.
Thank you, Dr. Kehoe. You set a great foundation for our program today and why hearing directly from patients and their direct caregivers is so important. Now I would like to introduce Dr. Shlomo Melmed to provide a clinical overview of acromegaly. Dr. Melmed is the Executive Vice President and Dean of the Medical Faculty at Cedars-Sinai Medical and has made major contributions to understanding pituitary disease, as well as has led pivotal clinical trials for novel pituitary therapies. Welcome, Dr. Melmed.
Good morning, everyone. Well, I'm going to spend the next few minutes discussing with you recent updates in our understanding of the disorder called acromegaly. And you can see over here some patient images reflecting the clinical features of acromegaly. Acromegaly is caused by a growth hormone secreting pituitary tumor. And this tumor secretes growth hormone, which will stimulate the liver to produce another growth factor termed IGF-1. And both growth hormone and IGF-1 act dependently and independently on the periphery, resulting in increased somatic growth and metabolic dysfunction. Several features of acromegaly include the fact that the chronic growth hormone excess is inexorable and continues to be secreted from the adenoma. The adenoma is invariably benign, but most patients already exhibit advanced disease at the time of diagnosis because of the long delays and the impact of chronic, slow, high levels of growth hormone and IGF-1 exposure. Furthermore, these high hormone levels lead to several comorbidities, and if these are uncontrolled, those comorbidities may in fact result in an enhanced mortality for these patients. Acromegaly can really be divided into several subtypes. Usually, those patients with a smaller tumor, as depicted on the top left, are more elderly. Their tumors are densely packed with growth hormone granules, and you can see the granules depicted in the top right panel, both under microscopy and electron microscopy. And older patients tend to have larger tumors, which are depicted on the bottom left. Patients are younger, and the growth hormone granules are far more sparse in these tumors. After surgery, post-treatment disease persistence is far more common in those patients who are harboring the larger macroadenomas, especially those with paracellular extension outside the pituitary fossa towards the central brain structures. Further negative determinants of outcome include a younger age, higher levels of growth hormone and IGF-1, especially at the time of diagnosis, and importantly, the choice of an experienced surgeon is very important in order to achieve optimal outcomes for our patients after surgery. The impact of growth hormone and IGF-1 excess being secreted by this benign central adenoma is multifold. First of all, patients tend to have hypertension, and the high levels of growth hormone and IGF-1 will ultimately lead to cardiomyopathy and valve disease. Patients are more prone to cerebrovascular accidents with stroke. There is gonadal dysfunction. Patients experience bony acral overgrowth with fractures and arthritis, and you can see depicted here an image of a vertebral fracture in a patient with acromegaly. These patients tend to develop soft tissue tumors, especially polyps in the colon. Because growth hormone is a very powerful insulin antagonist leading to insulin resistance, these patients are prone to high levels of glucose and ultimately, if the growth hormone is uncontrolled, to development of diabetes. Sleep apnea is commonly reported in these patients because of the soft tissue swelling in the respiratory pathways and in the laryngeal areas, leading to obstructive sleep apnea and snoring. These patients usually have larger pituitary tumors, and these large tumors, as depicted in the center circle in the blue, also compress the normal pituitary tissue, leading to pituitary failure of the other hormones, which are normally secreted by the pituitary gland. And finally, because of the effects of high growth hormone and high IGF-1 on bone and cartilage, these patients will have persistent growth of their mandible, the lower jaw, leading to a characteristic overbite of their teeth. And unfortunately, this skeletal deformity caused by the high levels of growth hormone and IGF-1 is irreversible, despite the fact that these patients may well be treated optimally in terms of controlling their growth hormone and controlling most of these other soft tissue comorbidities. Persistent uncontrolled comorbidities that we spoke about on the previous slide will ultimately lead to increased mortality if in fact patients' growth hormone and IGF-1 levels are not controlled. And this slide shows you in the two center graphs that the levels of growth hormone on the top and the levels of IGF-1 at the bottom correlate with mortality. And the higher the growth hormone level, and in this study at the last follow-up, growth hormone levels of less than 5 and elevated IGF-1 levels of more than 2 standard deviations above the expected normal lead to an exaggerated mortality. Most of the excess mortality is due to cerebrovascular dysfunction. You can see on the right, the cerebrovascular dysfunction in the red bar as compared to controls, leading over 30 years to enhanced mortality, and circulatory comorbidities, especially heart failure and hypertension, depicted on the left, also contributing to the excess mortality in these patients if their hormone levels are uncontrolled. Furthermore, these patients experience very significant negative impacts on the quality of life. And this slide depicts the three features which contribute to quality of life dysfunction in patients, especially with uncontrolled acromegaly. Headache, neuropathy, and arthropathy, ultimately leading to impaired physical function, are a very, very important determinant of the quality of life for our patients. In the center bar, I've depicted for you the psychological impact of this disorder on patients' self-image, that they may have negative illness perceptions and long-term coping with a chronic disease which may last for decades. This may ultimately lead to depression and anxiety, and in fact, if the patient desires fertility, concerns about fertility. And all of these psychological disorders can be counseled appropriately, and the treating endocrinologist should be sensitive to be able to either treat these concerns directly or refer the patient for specialist further treatment. Importantly, on the right, the impact of treatment itself on the disorder will also negatively determine quality of life. So how do we monitor our patients in the long term to assure optimal clinical outcomes? Well, we're concerned about the fact that these patients suffer very severe headache, which requires attention by the treating endocrinologist, often accompanied by joint pain, arthralgias. We have to be concerned about tightly controlling any potential heart failure and hypertension, assuring that the diabetes is under control if it is present at all, and most importantly, sending patients for sleep studies to make a diagnosis of sleep apnea and, if present, to initiate appropriate interventions. We have to be concerned about appropriate endocrine replacement for those other pituitary hormones which may be deficient because of the expanding, compressing pituitary mass. We have to assure our patients that we can take care of their fertility concerns. We have to make sure that we are addressing their self-image and their anxiety. And some patients may even require maxillofacial surgery to improve their jaw overbite and even their cosmetic self-image. Importantly, these patients have a chronic treatment regimen which may last for years, and they get tested periodically over the months, over the years, and often over the decades. And we have to assist them in interpreting laboratory testing, and most importantly, assuring the patients that we are able to control any potential side effects of therapy, and they're fully informed in a transparent fashion as to the balanced risks and benefits and side effects of any treatment that we offer them. And the treatments that we offer them will ultimately have a value. And what I've portrayed for you on this slide in the north-south arrow is a disease timeline, which again may occur over decades, leading from the undiagnosed and uncontrolled condition all the way through the controlled condition. And these patients usually have an increased mortality, increased comorbidities, an increased cost of medical treatment with poor quality of life, poor productivity, and decreased potential reversibility of side effects if the intervention is delayed. So delayed diagnosis is probably one of the most significant determinants of preventing the outcomes, the adverse outcomes depicted in the top right-hand red box. These outcomes should be measured by the endocrinologist in concert with the patients for their effectiveness, for their safety, for listening to the patient and hearing the patient-reported outcomes as to how they're feeling, and importantly, to assure ourselves that we are addressing value-based resource utilization for our patients as we control their disorder. Treating the comorbidities that I've mentioned is extremely important, and these include aggressive therapy for arthritis, for cardiovascular disease, for any spinal fractures that may occur, sleep apnea and diabetes, and most especially hypertension. High blood pressure is sometimes extremely resistant in these patients and should be treated aggressively to prevent any further complications such as heart failure or stroke, and then again to address any facial deformity with cosmetic surgery if it is appropriate. All of these aggressive approaches to comorbidities will reduce mortality, enable patients to return to work, and enhance their quality of life. And the ultimate outcome is measured in the years of healthy, symptom-free living for our patients, cost savings both for the patients themselves in terms of their own employment, as well as cost savings to the health delivery system, the value to society for enhancing their ability to work productively, and ultimately to add quality adjusted life years to all our patients and make them as comparable as possible to patients who do not have acromegaly. Thank you. I now return you to the studio.
Thank you, Dr. Melmad. Now that we have heard a clinical overview from a disease expert, as well as from a colleague from the FDA, now we turn to the core of today's meeting, which is to hear from you, individuals living with acromegaly and their direct caregivers, about the experiences of persons living with acromegaly. As you heard, patient-focused drug development is a more systematic way of gathering patient perspectives on their condition as well as on available treatments. As you heard from FDA's Teresa Kehoe, your input can help inform the agency's understanding of acromegaly to inform drug development and review. So far, FDA has held 29 of its own patient-focused drug development, or PFDD, meetings, and today marks the 44th externally led PFDD, and due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, the 11th fully virtual ELPFDD of its kind. With over 7,000 known rare diseases alone, this is a unique and important opportunity for this community. Today's meeting is interactive, so let me tell you a little bit about what we'll be asking of you and how today's meeting will be organized. So first, this morning, we'll be exploring the patient and caregiver experience with living with acromegaly and its impacts on your daily life. Then, after a short break in our second session in the afternoon, we'll bring everyone back together to explore the various approaches to treatment, and we'll also be asking for your preferences for future treatment and regarding participation in clinical trials. So what will these two discussions look like? Well, today we will be using three different ways of bringing your voices into the conversation. First, we'll be kicking it off with panels of patients and caregivers with acromegaly. These panel discussions will set a good foundation for our broader discussion with the rest of you. And these panelists were selected to reflect a range of experiences of living with acromegaly and treatment approaches, although we recognize that no panel could represent the full range of those experiences, which is why it's so important then, as we move into our second method for engaging with you all, to broaden the discussion. So that's exactly what we'll do. We'll be having a facilitated audience discussion with all of our patients and caregivers who are tuned in today. This will build on those panel remarks that we'll hear, and I'll be asking you questions and inviting you to provide comments throughout. This will be done in one of two ways. We'll ask that you dial in by phone, and we'll actually be able to hear you live and talk to you today. You'll also notice that under your live stream on the website today, there's a box where you can submit written comments. And so we'll be inviting you to submit written comments that Larry will be reading throughout today's program. You'll also see that we have a Zoom panel of patients and caregivers who will also be participating in that facilitated dialogue. The third way that we'll be asking you to engage today is through the use of polling questions. So we'll be inviting our patients and caregiver participants today to use your phone or your web browser. I'll explain the directions shortly when we get to our first set of polling questions. but you'll be able to follow along and answer questions, which gives us an opportunity to broaden and hear from everybody who is participating today, get a sense of who we have participating and what your experiences are. In addition to what we're covering in today's meeting, there will also be an opportunity to provide written comments for 30 days after the meeting using that same written comment field that's provided on the web today. So whether you're someone who is tuned in today and you aren't able to share everything that you want within the course of our limited time that we have, or maybe at the end of the conclusion of the meeting you think of something else that you want to share, you'll be able to add that. Or perhaps you're watching this on demand after the actual meeting date. Know that your voices are important and you can provide those written comments as well. All of this input, the input from today's meeting, as well as any written input provided, will be summarized in what is called a Voice of the Patient report. This summary report will be provided to FDA, as well as be made available publicly and for researchers and developers. So one final thing before we jump into our first set of polling questions for today and start to hear from you all, I want to lay out a few ground rules for today's meeting. We encourage individuals with acromegaly and their direct caregivers, whether parents, spouses, children, or other close individuals to those living with acromegaly, to contribute to the dialogue. Again, you'll be doing that through polling questions, calling in by phone, or submitting written comments. Today's discussion is focused on the voice of the patient, and so it is limited to individuals with acromegaly and their caregivers. Our other stakeholders, FDA, drug developers, clinicians, and others, are here to listen. It's also important to note that views expressed today are inherently personal, and the discussion may get emotional at times, and that's understandable. But because of this, respect for one another is paramount. And to that end, I just ask that you be focused and concise in your comments, so that way we can hear from as many voices as possible. So with that, let's get started. We're actually going to start off with a set of polling questions that are focused on understanding who we have represented in the audience today, our patients and caregivers. So if all of our patients and caregivers, you can pull out your phone, open up a web browser. If you're following along on your computer, you can open up a new tab in your browser and go to pollev.com/AC-PFDD. One important note is these questions are worded from the patient perspective, but if you're a caregiver, please answer these questions on behalf of the patient that you care for. So here, our first question is, where do you currently reside? And so this is where you reside. Most likely this is where, if you're a caregiver, you will reside in the same area that the person living with acromegaly resides. But just a reminder to answer these on behalf of the person living with acromegaly. So your options here are A, the U.S. Pacific time zone, B, U.S. Mountain Time, C, in the U.S. in Central Time, D, in the U.S. in Eastern Time, E, U.S. in Alaska Time, or F, the U.S. in Hawaii Time. Outside of the United States, G, in Europe, H, in the Middle East, I, in Asia, J, in Canada, K, in Mexico, or L, some other region or country not mentioned on this list. So again, we'll ask that all of our patients and caregivers go to pollev.com/ACPFDD. You can keep this page open all day. As we go through different polling questions throughout the program, they will automatically refresh to the new question as we move through them during the program. We want to give everybody enough time to get into this and answer this first question, as we'll be able to track your results throughout the course of today's meeting. So as it stands, and while any final results are trickling in here, it looks like about just over 40% of our participants are represented in the United States in Eastern time zone. After that, we see we've got some good representation across the Pacific, Mountain, and Central time zones, around 10% each, as well as around 10% in Canada and in Europe. So we're seeing a wide range of geographic diversity here, and also some representation from the Middle East, which is great to see. So with that, we'll move to our second polling question. So now we want to understand, are you? And so answer again if you're the patient on behalf of yourself, or if you're a caregiver, this is, is the patient you care for, either A, male, B, female, or C, other. We'll give you a few moments here. I promise these questions will be more interesting later in the program, but we do want to get a sense of our audience here today. So bear with us as we get a sense of who you all are. That way we can learn a little bit more about your experiences in our two topic discussions. So we'll give you a few more moments here to answer this polling question. If at any point you miss a polling question, that's okay. Please answer all polling questions. Even if maybe you just got in and you missed the first one, maybe down the road you have to step out of the meeting for a moment. That is no problem at all. We want to hear from you as many polling questions as you're present to help answer. So interesting, we're seeing here, it keeps moving around a little bit, just under, just over, but it's resting at right around, 3/4 of our individuals living with acromegaly are female, and just around, 1/4 of our individuals with acromegaly being male. If we go to our next polling question. So here we want to know how old you are, if you're an individual living with acromegaly, or if you're a caregiver, how old is the person for which you care? The options are A, younger than 18, B, 18 to 30 years of age, C, 31 to 50 years of age, D, 51 to 60 years of age, or E, older than 60 years of age. Again, we'll give you a few more moments to answer this polling question. I see results are still trickling in. But it looks like our trends here are staying fairly consistent. So, as it stands, it looks like we have about half of our individuals represented today that are living with acromegaly are between the age of 31 and 50. We're seeing just over 20% for both age ranges of 51 to 60, as well as older than age 60. We do see somewhere between 5 and 10% of individuals being between age 18 and 30. And nobody today, already got me wrong there. We have a small number of individuals today that are living with acromegaly that are younger than age 18. We go to our fourth polling question. So here we're going to start to understand a little bit of your medical history of living with acromegaly. So we want to know, at which age did you first have symptoms of acromegaly? And so this is different than diagnosis. This is when you believe you had first symptoms. So answer to the best of your ability and recollection. And the options are A, 0 to 5 years of age, B, 6 to 18 years of age, C, 19 to 30 years of age, D, 31 to 50 years of age, E, 51 to 60 years of age, and F, older than 60 years of age. And this is the age that you first had symptoms of acromegaly. So as it stands, it looks like we're seeing a bit of a shift from our last question of current age. Our population that's represented today, people living with acromegaly, had their first symptoms at a younger age than they currently are, which is not surprising. And so it's looking at currently about 50% had their first symptom in between ages 31 and 50. Over a little over a third between ages of 19 and 30. We do have a number of people that had their first symptoms either between ages 6 and 18 or between 51 and 60. No one is saying that their first symptoms were either in either of the most kind of the bookends here, either really early in life between 0 and 5 years of age, or really later, at older ages, at older than age 60. So we go to our final question for our demographic questions. And so this is a little different from our last one. Last question was, when did you have your first symptom? Here we'd like to see at what age were you actually diagnosed with acromegaly. So the same options: A, 0 to 5, B, 6 to 18, C, 19 to 30, D, 31 to 50, E, 51 to 60, or F, older than 60. So when did you actually did you or your loved one get their diagnosis of acromegaly? So we'll give you a few more moments here. I see more results are coming in. As it stands, it looks like it's somewhere, interestingly, but maybe not surprisingly, between a little bit of shift in later age than the first symptom onset, but certainly a little earlier in age, younger in age than everyone is presently. So this reflects perhaps some journey to getting diagnosis from the time of first symptom onset. So we're actually seeing over 50% didn't get a diagnosis until they were 31 to 50 years of age, about a quarter between 51 and 60 years, around 15% at 19 to 30 years. We do see representation of diagnosis between age 6 and 18 and some older than age 60. Recall that there was no one that had their first symptom at older than age 60, so those were all individuals that had experienced symptoms earlier in life. All right, so we are now finished our first set of polling questions. Thank you so much for participating in those. That really gives us a good sense of who we have represented today. Now we're going to get to more of the meat of what we want to learn from you about your experience. And we're going to go into our first topic. If we can pull up our topic 1 discussion questions here. This is what we're going to be exploring over the next little over hour and a half together. We're going to want to understand what it is to live with acromegaly. And so some of the questions we'll explore are trying to understand of all the symptoms you experience. Help us understand which 1 to 3 have had the most significant impact on you or your loved one's life. We want to know how acromegaly has affected you on your best days versus on your worst days, and try to understand how far apart your best and worst days are in terms of how it makes you feel and how it impacts your life. In terms of impacting life, we want to know, are there specific activities that are important to you that you're not able to do either at all or as fully because of your acromegaly? And then finally, understanding that not all of the symptoms and health effects of acromegaly are things that maybe you've already experienced, but might be something you're worried about for the future. We want to understand those worries, concerns, fears you have for the future. And so to get us kicked off on this first topic, living with acromegaly, we have that panel of your peers who are going to be sharing some of their experiences. We have Judy, Jason, Ellen, Jim, and June. So Judy, take it away.
Hi, my name is Judy, and I live in Merritt Island, Florida. Thank you for the opportunity to share part of my rare disease story with you. I was diagnosed in acromegaly in 2010 after about 20 years of doctors not connecting all of the dots I was presenting to them. My dots were intense joint pain in my ankles, knees, hips, and wrists, which was supposedly caused by all of my physical fitness training for my career in the military as a soldier musician. Running and marching parades was excruciating. I also had debilitating migraines at least once a week. These migraines were stress-related. Funny, they were so bad I would have to stop whatever I was doing, even if I was in the middle of a band rehearsal, to go sit down in a dark, quiet room. I had horrible jaw pain, diagnosed as temporomandibular joint disorder, also known as TMJ, that was from playing my clarinet. My wrists were numb and painful from the many hours of practicing my clarinet. The joints in my fingers were swollen so much that I had a hard time moving them. At age 36, I was diagnosed with arthritis because I practiced my clarinet too much. Obviously, playing the clarinet was detrimental to my health. But here's the sad part of this story, the part that impacted me the most. I had to stop playing and doing what I was trained most of my life to do, be a clarinetist. I could no longer hold my clarinet because it hurt my wrist too much. I actually dropped my clarinet one time while I was performing. I had trouble forming my mouth correctly, and my clarinet would just fall away from my face while I was playing. It turns out that because of the acromegaly, my bottom jaw had grown, thus messing up the alignment of my teeth. You see, a slight overbite, which I used to have, is okay for a clarinetist. But my top and bottom front teeth actually came together and there wasn't enough room for my clarinet mouthpiece. My fingers could no longer move rhythmically and I couldn't play fast passages in my music. My tongue had also enlarged, making it difficult to articulate cleanly. With the bone growth that often occurs from acromegaly, my rib cage had also gotten quite thick and large. This bone growth has significantly reduced my lung capacity, making it impossible to play long, beautiful phrases. I also gained a huge amount of weight and was put into the Army weight control program, where I had to weigh in every month and show some weight loss. I rarely did. For some odd reason, I had more upper body strength than most of the men in my unit and could do more push-ups than a lot of them. I just couldn't run any longer. It hurt my bones, and no doctor believed me enough to look into any further. It was embarrassing to go from this petite super soldier who was always on top of the physical fitness chart and performed to the highest standard in my military occupation specialty to a sluggish, overweight blob in a camouflage uniform. I had planned on staying in the military until I turned 60 years old, when I would have to retire because of my age. But I wasn't able to perform my duties as a soldier musician and maintain the physical requirements. I was forced to retire in 2001 after serving just 20 years. I lost out on a lifetime of experiences where my abilities would have taken me. I also missed the monetary income my performing brought in. The worst feeling of all is the embarrassment of what I saw as a failure to serve my country and fulfill the plan I had when I made my commitment to the United States Army. I lived life in a constant state of pain. I was accused of being lazy. I was told there was nothing wrong with me. I was truly not myself. In 2013, after being in remission from acromegaly for 3 years and not playing my clarinet for 12 years, I was able to start playing and performing again. It's been a long road back with a lot of practicing, learning a new way to hold my clarinet and to form my mouth to not lose control of my tongue. Although my clarinet still occasionally falls out of my mouth while I'm playing, my physical limitations will still always be there, and I've had to accept that I will never be the confident, competent player I used to be. Acromegaly has forever changed my life. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Jason Moore. I am from Rexburg, Idaho, and I was diagnosed with acromegaly in 2008. Acromegaly has changed my life in many major ways, and there are many symptoms and problems I deal with on a daily basis, but I would like to focus on the most severe. Those symptoms that make my days the most miserable and make every part of my day the hardest. After diagnosis in 2008, I had 2 surgeries and 1 round of radiation. By having the effect of radiation over an amount of several years, I have damaged and slowly killed my pituitary gland. Because of this, I now suffer from secondary adrenal insufficiency. This is important because acromegaly and adrenal insufficiency together cause heavy fatigue. Waking up in the mornings is very difficult, and I struggle almost daily with trying to find enough energy to get through my day. Simple house chores that should be effortless take every little bit of energy I have. I require a short nap in the afternoon to recover from the small amount of chores I am physically able to do. If I need to do anything that requires more time and effort, then I need to plan on taking a few days to recover, heal, and regain my energy. My grip is weak, so writing, typing, and doing anything that requires precision is difficult and causes frustration. I would give anything to be able to get up in the morning, go to work, help around the house, and go out and play a round of golf. This disease has robbed me of so many things I once loved to do. Because I went many years with very high levels of growth hormone untreated, I have developed chronic pain. I have pain in my hands. There is a constant aching and sharp pain all day long that makes doing everything with my hands difficult and painful. My feet ache any time I walk for any short distance. And if I need to walk for an extended amount of time, my feet swell and become unbearable to walk on. In my back, I have multiple crushed, compressed, and bulging discs, and this makes things such as sitting, laying down, and standing painful. I struggle with simple tasks such as lifting laundry, carrying groceries, or mowing my lawn and doing simple housework. Even the most basic activities can cause intense pain, such as walking, sitting, laying down, bending over, and lifting light items. Another painful problem I deal with is migraines. I suffer from 5 to 10 a month. During a migraine, I need to stay in a dark, quiet room in hopes of not having a headache keep me up all night. The downside of high growth hormone levels has caused major changes in my jaws and my teeth. My lower jaw has moved forward so much that I will require surgery just so I can chew properly. The growth has also caused spaces in my teeth that will require expensive braces, bridges, and other oral surgeries. I also have a hard time sleeping and end up waking in pain no matter how hard I try to get comfortable. I toss and turn all night while trying to shift my pain from one side to the other. While I struggle with daily pain and fatigue, the most difficult thing I have to deal with is the mental health side of this disease. When I had my first tumor resection surgery, I did well for a while. I was able to get back to work with little to no restrictions, and I felt better than I had before surgery. Then, 4 years after my first surgery, I started to feel my symptoms return. As things got worse, my mental health was starting to suffer. I decided it was time to file for disability. It was a step I was dreading taking. After being approved, my self-worth was gone. Not being able to work and provide for my family, when that is all I have ever done, was such a hit to my pride. I no longer have hobbies, and not very much to do with my time. Because of this, I have a large amount of boredom. Most days you'll find me lying in bed. I wouldn't say I'm bedridden, but right now it's the only place I feel the least amount of pain. Having chronic illness wears on me a lot. I feel like being sick and being in pain will never end. I feel like my life is now defined by a disease that has wrapped its ugly hands around me. I feel like the possibility of living a real life is over for me.
I'm Ellen Coe. I'm 42, and I live with my husband and 2 dogs. I was born and raised in the Midwest, and in my early 20s, I moved to New York City. At 26, I was diagnosed with acromegaly. I've experienced almost all of the classic acromegaly symptoms over my 15 plus years with the disease, but the symptoms that impact me the most today are fatigue, pain, and emotional distress. Because of the fatigue, I've had to scale back my ambitions and accept that I will never achieve the potential that I had before developing acromegaly. My career has been limited. I went from working full-time to freelancing so that I can control my hours and choose the projects that I dedicate myself to. Fatigue has also caused me to cut back on socializing, and I know this hurts people that I care about. Once I had a close friend accuse me of using acromegaly as an excuse to blow off a party invitation. She couldn't comprehend that I really didn't have the energy. Fatigue is also a factor in my decision to not have children, as the idea of trying to care for a child while having acromegaly is simply overwhelming. As a result of excess bone growth due to acromegaly, I have osteoarthritis in my spine, hips, hands, knees, and shoulders. The arthritis means I have chronic pain and limited mobility. I was a dancer for 15 years, so facing this physical limitation is especially difficult for me. Now when I move, my joints feel stiff and they crackle, and I have pain even while sitting still. I once heard someone describe old age as, the mind is interested and motivated, but the body has limitations, and I immediately understood that feeling because of my acromegaly. Sometimes I feel like a person twice my age. The physical effects of acromegaly are bad, but the emotional effects are worse. While my body feels elderly, my emotions make me feel like I'm a perpetual teenager, like I'm riding a roller coaster of hormones. I become frustrated, angry, hopeless, or full of tears easily, and I would generally describe myself as emotionally volatile. The diagnosis was traumatic, and I've spent many hours wondering why this happened to me and what I might have done differently to have avoided acromegaly. I've seen premature death on a list of acromegaly symptoms, and contemplating my mortality sets me off into an existential crisis. Also, like many teenagers, my body often feels alien to me. I have acne, and the increases in my brow, jaw, hand, and foot size make me feel disproportionate and ugly, leading to a sense of body dysmorphia. Because the disease is so rare, it's hard to find people who truly understand what I deal with, which leads to feelings of isolation. Depression and anxiety are two very real and commonly overlooked symptoms of acromegaly. To cope with these symptoms, I have to focus a great deal on self-care. I am extremely selective about the activities I participate in, and I schedule in recovery time after activities I know will exhaust me. On my worst days, I stay in bed or on the couch for most of the time, occasionally rolling onto the floor to try and relieve the pain with stretches and a foam roller. I am careful to avoid stimuli that can trigger my emotional tidal waves and use meditation and mindfulness to help keep things in control. My symptoms have improved since diagnosis and treatment. I was diagnosed because I was going blind in my peripheral vision from the pituitary tumor pressing on my optic nerve. I am extremely lucky that after surgery, my vision recovered. Other effects of the disease still linger in my body. For example, my shoe size went from an 8.5 to a 9.5 wide between onset and diagnosis. After treatment, my feet shrank to 9 wide because of the reduction in soft tissue swelling, but the bone growth is permanent. Other symptoms, such as my skin condition, joint pain, and emotions, fluctuate with my medication cycle. When I think about my future, I worry about the tumor growing and my symptoms worsening. I also worry about developing additional comorbidities beyond my osteoarthritis, such as diabetes, heart disease, and colon polyps. Of course, the threat of premature death is always lingering as well. The future is full of uncertainties.
I'm Jim Rybicki from Corona, California, and I was diagnosed at age 58 with acromegaly in April of 2018 as a result of seeking a diagnosis for another medical issue, which was confirmed as Parkinson's. I had 2 surgeries in 2018 to remove the tumor, which has left me with pituitary shutdown requiring full hormone replacement therapy. After diagnosis and learning about acromegaly, I realized that I had been exhibiting signs and symptoms for over 12 years, which included snoring, my dentist noticing that my teeth had been moving and my bite has changed. I was having difficulty controlling my blood pressure and blood sugars with diet and exercise. I had to stop wearing my wedding ring because it was too small and my shoe size increased 2 full sizes. I never recognized that these were an issue other than a normal aging process. It was not until after I was diagnosed that it made sense why diet and exercise were not helping to control these symptoms like blood pressure and blood sugars. I'm still working full-time and traveling for business. I'm an avid do-it-yourselfer and enjoy home improvement projects and maintenance. I also enjoy the outdoors and hunting. I use my work around the house as a way to de-stress from the job, and now I use the job to keep from dwelling on the after effects and damage done by this disease. The after effects are many and truly limit my ability to do some of the things I enjoy. I think what frustrates me most is the fatigue, joint stiffness, and reduced range of motion. During the week, with work and travel, I just have to power through until the weekend. By then, I'm done in, and sometimes it takes all weekend to recover. If I do have the energy and ambition to take on a project, I'm good for about 3 to 4 hours before I have to quit. On a great day, I can go maybe 5 or 6. The days of working on a project from dawn to dusk are gone. On my bad days, I just want to sit around and do nothing. It's my opinion that the uneven rise and fall of hormones contributes to this fatigue. On my worst days, I just want to check out and hide from everyone and everything. When this happens, I hope my family realizes I'm not angry with them. It's just the acro. When I do have the energy to tackle a project, it takes longer to complete some of the simpler tasks. Some days, just using a pair of pliers is difficult because my fingers lock up. I can't bend and get into a comfortable position to do some things. When it comes to handling small parts or precision tools, it takes me several attempts because I wind up dropping things. When I get really frustrated, I must swallow my pride, ask my wife or daughter for help, or I just give up and put it off for another day. I must ask for help buttoning the cuffs of a long-sleeve shirt or the collar button of a dress shirt. Stiffness in my knees makes going up and down stairs and ladders uncomfortable. I take extra time to think things through and plan. When I don't, things don't always turn out the way I want. With some projects, I've gotten very creative with using jigs and clamps to hold tools and materials in order to compensate. I also tend to get anxious around my doctor's appointments and while waiting for test results. My family does not always understand how or what I'm feeling, and I have a hard time describing how I feel. This does create friction between us sometimes. I try to stay positive about my life and condition, but occasionally I get down and feel sorry for myself. When that happens, I must remind myself that the alternatives are far worse. My condition is stable now, but it's still new to me and my family, and we are still learning about it. Due to secondary adrenal insufficiency, I have concerns about my personal safety when I'm on business, travel, or working on projects at home when alone. I keep my phone close, make sure that I have adequate supply of medications available, and in the case of an emergency, I have an emergency cortisol injection kit. Every day is a new day with new challenges, but they are a step forward. It's just that some days those steps are a lot smaller. Thank you.
Unless you are experiencing it, there is no definition for acromegaly. My name is June Mokoka from South Africa, and I'm 46 years old, diagnosed with acromegaly 4 years ago at the age of 42. One of the earliest symptoms that was the tips of my fingers enlarging and the nails curving around my fingertips, which was very disfiguring. That was way back in 2003. I remember very well because that very year, my voice deepened and I was often referred to as Sir when answering calls. As the years went by, my hands grew bigger, and by 2007, I couldn't fit into my wedding ring. The shoe size didn't bother me that much because most members of my maternal family are usually built with big shoe sizes. But I started being concerned in 2007 when I rapidly jumped from a size 6 shoe size to a size 9, of which currently I am a size 11 male shoe size. That means in the past 13 years as an adult, my foot size has increased 5 sizes from a 6 to an 11. What troubled me the most was the increasing size of my nose and a strange lack of sensation in my oversized tongue. My general practitioner could always associate this to my chronic sinusitis condition. An incident that pushed me to visit an ophthalmologist in 2016 was when I nearly caused an accident by a fraction of a second at an intersection. Fortunately, my son was around to swerve the steering wheel, but what remained confusing was how I missed seeing the car on my right side, unaware of my tunnel vision. I've always considered myself to be following a healthy and physically active lifestyle, but that all changed over the years. My legs could not handle the pressure because of unexplainable heavy sensation that caused weakness and tightness around my tendons. I then started experiencing debilitating headaches and severe constipation combined with the worst form of mood disorders since 2004, which I attributed to depression because of recently being diagnosed with clinical depression. It was only in late 2016, after I discovered that I'm hosting a tumor in my pituitary gland, that I started connecting the dots. The dramatic change on my physical appearance, joint and muscle pains throughout my body, feeling spent, fatigue, visual problems, and soaking in sweat, especially around my neck and shoulders, in addition to my erratic emotional state, began to make sense. I underwent surgery and radiation in 2017, but there is still a significant amount of residual tumor and my right eye is blind. This blindness affects my depth perception and visual field. Even with treatment, my debilitating headaches are still persistent because of unrelenting nasal congestion and forehead pain. This makes me wonder if pituitary lesions could be invading my nasal cavities. My day starts in throbbing slow motion. It is even difficult to just hop into a shower or bath. When I wake up, my bloated and constipated stomach sends a painful sensation to my anal fissure. At the same time, a heavy and cramp-like sensation encases my feet knee down, causing inflammation both on my feet. It is thus very comfortable when without shoes, because it is an agony to put on shoes or walk in them all day. But one of the biggest challenges I must deal with in this journey is this unexplainable fatigue that feels like a perpetual hangover and the miserable symptoms from my chronic sinuses. So in a pain scale of 1 dull 5 sharp, a day in my shoes can be described by 1 muscle pain, upper and lower legs, 2 joint pain, right shoulder, knees and feet, digestive disorders, bloated and constipation, 4 headaches and sinus pain, and 5 anal fissures. I feel like I'm on a continuous loop of moans and groans because I simply do not have much energy to go back on my active lifestyle where I was going to work, refreshing at the gym, and also gardening. Instead, I go on a day disheartened and hoping for a better day tomorrow. I feel like I've lost my sense of self and I'm always closed doors away from society. Thank you for listening.
Wow, thank you so much, June, and to all of our panelists for being so brave and really, sharing such personal aspects of your experience with acromegaly. That's truly what we're after today, and look forward to hearing from so many more of you and hearing about your experiences. To that end, I want to announce for the first time that if you would like to share your experience of symptoms and health effects of living with acromegaly, we invite you to dial in by phone. That number is 1-703 1-703-844-3231. Again, that's 1-703-844-3231. We'll be posting this number throughout the program, but if at any time as we're discussing various topics, you have something to share, we encourage you to dial in. We'll get you in our queue and we'll have a little bit of a conversation with you about your experiences. So to get us all thinking about this topic of what it is to live with acromegaly, we have a couple more polling questions that we want to start off with, get a sense of what your experiences are of living with acromegaly. So if you can pull your phones back out, go to that other tab that you had open, go to pollev.com/ACPFDD. Again, this is for our patients living with acromegaly and their direct caregivers. So if you're someone that cares for someone with acromegaly, we invite you to answer these questions. Here we want to know which of the following acromegaly-related health concerns do you currently have, or does your loved one currently have? Select all that apply. So we know acromegaly, as we heard earlier, has a lot of impacts, and so we have a long list here of possible health-related concerns. Options are A, headaches, B, vision problems, C, type 2 diabetes, D, respiratory problems, E, cardiomyopathy or other heart problems, F, joint problems or arthritis, G, soft tissue swelling, H, enlarged hands or feet, I, excessive sweating or body odor, J, dizziness or vertigo, K, fatigue or muscle weakness, L, reproductive system issues, M, sleep apnea, N, anxiety or depression, or O, some other health-related concern or symptom that is not listed here on this slide that you have as a result of acromegaly, or your loved one has as a result of their acromegaly. We'll give you a few moments here. We want you to select all that apply, all of these various acromegaly-related health concerns that you or your loved one currently have. All right, we'll give you a few more moments here to answer this question. As it stands, it's looking like we have quite a range of experience across all of these different health-related concerns. Perhaps those that the most common experiences for those participating today are joint problems and arthritis, soft tissue swelling, enlarged hands and feet, and fatigue and muscle weakness. After that, and maybe also at kind of that same level, anxiety and depression. We see headaches also as a top reported health effect. All of our others, though, we have a fair amount of experience with. One thing that I do want to note here is that the percentages you're seeing on the slide are not the percentage of individuals that are responding, but it's the percentage of responses. So, for purpose of this, think of these bars as a ranking rather than focusing on those percentages. So the larger the bar, the more people selected that option. One thing that sticks out to me is that we actually have a fair amount of people selecting some other health concern. And so we would really want to encourage you, if you have something that maybe isn't one of the most common health-related concerns, to make sure you call in or write in to help share those experiences. So we go to our second polling question. So here you're going to see that notice the response options are very similar, but here we want you to select the top 3 most troublesome acromegaly-related health concerns that you have. So unlike before where we wanted you to select everything you have, we want you here to help us understand which of these up to 3 have the greatest impact on your life or most troublesome. So again, the options are A, headaches, B, vision problems, C, type 2 diabetes, D, respiratory problems, E, cardiomyopathy and heart problems, F, joint problems or arthritis, G, soft tissue swelling, H, enlarged hands or feet, I, excessive sweating or body odor, J, dizziness or vertigo, K, fatigue or muscle weakness, L, reproductive system issues, M, sleep apnea, N, the anxiety or depression, or O, some other health-related concern that's not listed on this slide that is one of your top 3 most troublesome concerns. So I know this may be difficult to try to pick just the top three, but this is really helpful to us to understand, which you view personally as most troublesome in your life. And what we're going to do after this polling question is have you expand on that and tell us why you picked what you picked. So I think that's, if you're thinking about this, you're answering this question, we're going to want you to call in and share, why you picked the top three things here on this polling question. So as it stands, it looks like the top overall, top three most troublesome acromegaly related health concern is joint problems and arthritis, followed by fatigue and muscle weakness. Kind of far below that, we see in this kind of ranking, anxiety and depression and headaches being kind of in the third and fourth positions. But really interestingly, everything except for the reproductive system issues are in some number of your top three. And so we really want to understand why it is that you picked these particular issues as your top three most troublesome issues. And that's what we're going to explore now as we broaden the conversation. So I'd like to now welcome our Zoom panel today. These are some of your peers who are here and going to be sharing some of their experiences throughout the course of the program. As a reminder, we want to invite you to call in and help us answer these questions, with this first question being, in answering that last polling question, the top 1 to 3 most troublesome symptoms, why did you choose the 1 to 3 top symptoms that you did? And so to get us started here, I want to invite one of our Zoom panelists to get us kicked off. I'd like to go to Mary. And when you were looking at that question, what did you pick and why?
So I definitely picked soft tissue swelling, joint pain, and fatigue. And I did have a problem, like you said, picking 3. The next one would be the anxiety, depression, but that all comes from the fatigue.
Sure. Well, Mary, can you tell us a little bit about, since you just mentioned it, maybe the fatigue, why is that most troublesome for you?
I think like June had mentioned in the previous video, and the other man who had talked before,
yes.
It's transient. And so sometimes you feel good, sometimes you don't. So you have to limit your time. Sometimes you have 4 hours, and it's very, it's just not ideal, especially for a work environment. I'm a teacher. Mm-hmm. To go and teach all day. I still do it, but really you want to take a break after 4 hours. So that fatigue's a problem.
Sure. And maybe just to help us understand fatigue as you experience it, is this something that, when you wake up in the morning, do you know how kind of fatigued you are, or is this something that kind of sets in later in the day? Maybe just kind of describe what that looks like in your day.
Okay. I am currently in remission, so I'm a different person, but I'm talking from previous experience.
Sure.
Prior to diagnosis, it was constant all the time. Doctors don't know what it is. You're overwhelmed with fatigue to a point of major, major, major depression. During treatment, again, transient. Before you get if you're getting a depot shot, you might have breakthrough symptoms. Once you're during treatment, you might feel great. As a person in remission right now, when I wake up in the morning, like you said, in the mornings, for some reason, I'm always swollen, always have the joint aches, always have the water retention. Don't know why, but that's just how it is. By the end of the day, I think when your growth hormone's lower at night, I feel great. So I'm a night owl.
Sure. Well, thank you so much, Mary, for helping us understand that and your experience, and absolutely want to hear not just about what you're living with now, but your past experiences and over time living with acromegaly. So that was perfect, Mary. I do see that we have some callers who are calling in, and so I want to use this as a chance to remind others, if you want to call in, you can dial in at 1-703 844-3231. And why don't we hop over and we have Diane from Ottawa, Canada, who wants to talk about some of her symptoms and disease experience. So Diane, are you with us?
I am.
Welcome.
Thank you. I guess what I want to say is, yes, that I am from Ottawa, Canada, and unlike many of the people that we've heard talk today, I do not have a lot of the symptoms that they're suffering from. My main symptom that led me to a diagnosis of acromegaly was the development of type 2 diabetes. And I was fortunate enough to be sent to an endocrinologist who then discovered I had acromegaly. And a few things came to light, but I did not have anyone to talk to here in Ottawa, so I did form a group, and I have talked, a support group, and have talked to many, many people here in Ottawa and abroad about what they're suffering from. And again, I feel very lucky and wanted to get people together so that no one would feel alone, and to try to advocate for early diagnosis. Because, again, my body did not deteriorate to the point that some of these people are suffering. I can carry on with a good life. I do worry about the diabetes, but I am in control. And I think it's important to teach the general public as well as healthcare professionals about the symptoms of acromegaly so that it's all put together in one package, and healthcare professionals are not just looking at one symptom and treating that one symptom alone. Sure. We need to look at everything together, and patients and the general public, if they have an understanding of what this disease is, can have those discussions with the healthcare professionals. And I believe that there is many more people out there that are suffering from acromegaly that have yet to be diagnosed. And many years are going by for these patients that their bodies are deteriorating. So sure. I'm trying to do a small part in bringing awareness and education to a lot of people.
Sure. Well, thank you so much for sharing that, Diane. Maybe if you can help us understand your experience a little bit more. I think we will, as we hear many voices today, that's one of the goals of this meeting. We'll get to see that maybe some of these differences in experience from those that had an early diagnosis versus those who did not. So could you tell us a little bit about, you mentioned that diabetes being the primary health concern that you had. How did that impact you and your life? Diane, are you still with us? Oh, okay. I think we lost Diane there, but not a problem. I want to check in with Larry. I also know that many people have been writing in with comments, so we'll be periodically reading some of those and sharing those perspectives. So, Larry, what are you seeing so far?
Sure, James. We've heard from Laura from Portland, Oregon, and Laura tells us that the most significant symptom that causes me the most problems on a daily basis is excessive perspiration. It affects me every single day and is more debilitating than I had ever imagined. It makes it so hard to do any physical activity, even light exercise like walking a few blocks. I have to change my clothes all the time and sometimes shower multiple times per day. And then, we heard from Lisa from Douglasville, Georgia. She had a different symptom we haven't heard so far. She said, I'm always breaking ribs. My rib cage is highly visible, and regardless, if I fall, lean over something, lay on my stomach, or while exercising, my ribs crack. And then we have another comment coming in from Melissa, who is in Covine, California. Melissa tells us that what worries me the most is that the tumor could come back and that there's no way of knowing what causes the tumor. The fear I have every time I feel a migraine, brain fog, or blurred vision, fatigue, or pure exhaustion, a new gap between my teeth, a snug ring, or a need for a bigger shoe size, that it's always unbearable. And then one other comment that we had coming in from Canada. This is Andre from Gatineau, Quebec. And he says his one comorbidity is diabetes, and that during my treatment I gained about 60 pounds, but my weight has been stable for the last 2 years. Managing my diabetes, which started a year after my surgery, is a challenge despite the fact that I'm taking more and more insulin.
Wow. Incredible to hear, the range of different health effects, but the real ways that they're impacting people's lives. So thank you for those who have written in. I know that there's more coming in, and we want to keep encouraging you to use that little comment feature that's under this live stream. That way we can keep incorporating your experiences into this meeting, as well as to keep calling in. And again, that number is 1-703-844-3231. I see we actually have another caller, Jonathan from Long Island, and it sounds like Jonathan might have one of those health concerns that falls into that other category from the polling question. So, Jonathan, are you with us? Jonathan, are you with us? All right, I think we'll work to see if we can get Jonathan back on. Jonathan, if you're hearing this, please, encourage you to call back in. Would love to hear what that other experience is. So, all right, we're going to go back to our Zoom panel now. I saw, Bonnie, at one point you were nodding pretty vigorously there with maybe something that you heard said from the web. Love to maybe see what you were reacting to, but then also go back to that question of what did you pick in that polling question and why?
Well, first of all, I think I was nodding to the anxiety of it coming back. I mean, I think we all kind of live with that fear. I deal with a lot of headaches, and of course that was one of my polling first one that I clicked, because I do deal with excessive headaches, and I get treatments for that. But yes, every time you get a headache, a pain, you have that inner fear that is that going to come back? Is that a sign? Because there were so many signs before that were slid over. Sure. And it was like, if that sign would have been reported better, would I have discovered what I had sooner, or if a doctor would have picked that up? And so that is, and you hear that a lot. My other one that I chose was joint problems and arthritis. And I have excessive damage done to, I've had multiple spinal surgeries, both with my cervical and my back. My whole spine has had multiple surgeries. So I'm fused front and back in different areas. And that was deterioration, of my bones. And I have bad knees and bad shoulders. And so those were done from damage from years and years. So I'll live with that, and I'll have those cleaned. And of course that creates into your anxiety, which of course I press that, because the anxiety is there because of the fear, and then the anxiety is there because of your of the pain you're in. The pain is the big thing. Right.
And is this pain that you're experiencing from the joint issues, or is this in addition to that?
Well, I think it's pain because of the damage that's already been done in your body. And even though I'm on a great treatment plan right now, but yet it still does not always help what's already been done, the damage. Living with chronic pain, there's been problems where I have discounted what's been going on in my body. Even now, a few years ago, I was diagnosed with chronic pancreatitis. And, and that's a pretty painful thing. And I was asked multiple times when I was complaining about pain in my abdomen, and we're not diagnosing. And then sometimes some of the questions would be, is that pain going into your back? And I would discount it because I would say, oh, I always have pain in my back.
Right.
And so they wouldn't go any further into it. Well, here, the pain that was going into my back was also showing me that I was having issues with my pancreas.
Right.
But so they weren't going further testing that area, because I myself also was saying, oh, well, don't worry about that. I have pain in my back, because I always have pain in my back. But
Right.
it was, so the damage was getting worse in my pancreas until it ended up being chronic pancreatitis and, unrepairable stuff. So yeah.
Sure. And I think that really indicates what pain you're living with day to day. If it masks pancreatitis pain, I mean, that's pretty
Exactly.
immense.
So if I was going to go to a walk-in or emergency room, like I've told my primary doctor, if I'm going to tell someone that I'm bad enough to go in, I'm really bad, because I'm not one to ever go in. I'm one to hide my pain, hide it from my family as much as I can. And I'm, like a wounded animal, I'll go curl up and hide. And I get kind of crabby with my family, and they know probably that I'm in the pain that I'm in, but I don't want to express it when I'm struggling. I'm more stubborn, and I just want to hide that,
Sure.
as much as I can.
Well, Bonnie, thank you so much for sharing that experience. You're a range of different symptoms, but very interesting to hear some of the interconnectedness of some of these things. I see we have a caller who's a caregiver, Connie from Southern Arizona, who wants to share some of her experiences caring for someone living with acromegaly. Connie, are you with us?
I am.
Welcome.
Thank you. Shall I just start?
Yeah. Please share,
Okay.
the symptoms and health effects that you and your loved one has experienced, and anything you wanted to share about that.
All right. Well, I've been married for 50 years, and I think my husband was diagnosed about 30 years ago. And just like everybody else has mentioned, the struggle to find out what's causing all the problems is real and big. Finding experienced endocrinologists that care as much about acromegaly as they do about diabetes can be a challenge. But one of the things that I have learned over the course of time is self-care for the caregiver. If you're not very much help to the person who needs your help, if you're not taking care of yourself, and you can get very overwhelmed and wrapped up trying to assist somebody who maybe sometimes wants help, but sometimes doesn't want help either. One thing I found extremely helpful is there's a private Facebook page for loved ones, and there's a common thread amongst most of us. I'll say mostly women. I think maybe men don't want to share as much, the caregivers, but the mood swings can be horrible, and that's really the only word I can think of. 1 minute they're happy-go-lucky, and the next minute yelling at everybody, unhappy, depressed, won't answer you. And it can be a rough road. I know it's a rough road for them, but it's a rough road for the caregiver as well. And that's one thing we seem to forget, especially when you've been with the person a really long time. You don't want to give up on them. Sometimes you think they're giving up on themselves. So I think that's been one of my biggest challenges is the mood swings.
Yeah. Do you, when you talking about these mood swings, are these kind of how frequently are there maybe more severe mood swings, and do you notice anything that makes mood better or worse for at least your husband?
I do. So he's on Somatoline Depot once every 6 weeks. And I can see as he gets closer to the 6-week mark, like around week 4.5, 5, I can tell he needs a shot. But if I ask him, I'll say, I think, gosh, it must be time for your shot. You're imagining the behavior. Like, no, I'm not. Been doing this a long time, so I do notice that it's more of an irritability with him. I think he's pretty much resigned himself that this is just his life. But I do hear from other younger spouses that it's rage. It's really frightening rage that some of these younger women are having to live with. And the rage is uncontrolled. And I feel badly for them. I don't have that. I did. He was like that when he was much younger, but he's 71 now, so I don't see it quite as much. And I understand that the hormone imbalance causes a lot of this. I still find it hard to accept having this disease as an excuse to behave like that. It's a tough tightrope. Is this the disease, or are you just so used to being cranky that it's overflowing? Like I said, I don't see that as much in my husband as he's mellowed as he's gotten older and is just resigned to not being better. He really is just resigned to not being better. But with the younger married people, I do see huge problems that they have trying to find a way to live a happy life with children sometimes, and with their spouses, that they don't want to give up on them, but they're basically being pushed away by their behavior.
Sure. Well, thank you so much, Connie, for sharing this and experience of others, in similar caregiving situations to you. I see we have another caller, Tracy from Vancouver, who wants to share some of her perspectives on what it is to live day to day with acromegaly. Tracy, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah. Well, go ahead, and we're interested to hear what you have to share.
First, I wanted to talk a little bit about how, we talked about just living day to day with this chronic disease and how impactful it is on day-to-day life. And some of the perspectives that get missed are, especially because this disease takes so long to diagnose for the average patient. And many of us, myself included, have spent multiple years with multiple physicians in multiple disciplines complaining of symptoms and not having any reasonable progress in a diagnosis for many years, and often are either very directly or very subtly led to believe that they're complainers or whiners. There's nothing wrong, you're just a hypochondriac, et cetera, et cetera. So we learn to kind of brush over symptoms. We learn to not complain. We learn to not talk about things. And then I can speak directly for myself. When I got a diagnosis, I was so relieved to finally have something wrong with me, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Because I'd spent so many years being told, like I said, directly and indirectly, that there was nothing wrong with me. So to just know, yes, there is something actually wrong, I'm not imagining, I'm not a hypochondriac, is such a relief. And then I find that people tend to either go kind of the way that I have, where I'm a classic oversharer and I tell everybody who will listen my story because I don't want anybody to live through what I lived through if I can help it. Or they go completely the opposite and they stop talking about it because they have been told not, or conditioned to not share because it doesn't get anywhere. And so then, people ask how you are and you often say fine, and you don't become a very good advocate for yourself because you're just always saying, I'm fine, when in actuality you're not, but you don't want to be seen as a complainer.
Sure. And for you, Tracy, what are, just to give us a sense of the kinds of things, that when you're saying I'm not actually fine, what are the things that you're living with that, maybe you don't feel that you can share with others, just so we have a sense of what that is?
Right. Well, for myself, I'm like I said, I'm kind of the opposite. I tend to be an oversharer, and everybody knows how I feel. But I have some fellow chronic health sufferers who don't share, and I mean, I don't share all the time, all day, because I don't want to be seen as a chronic complainer either. But it's like everybody's kind of talked about it, the chronic fatigue and joint pain and headaches, and having to completely structure and schedule your life because you don't have enough energy to do everything that you want to do. And, if you need to or want to continue to work, you have to factor everything around that. Like, okay, this is my schedule. These are my work days. This is what it's going to take out of me. And so then when it comes to family and home and social life, what do I have to say no to? What do I have to not do? Who's going to be affected by that? Are my kids going to understand? Is my spouse going to understand? You know, it's very complicated and requires a lot of attention to symptoms and attention to energy levels. And, you know, there's often not enough currency in the bank, so to speak, to do everything that needs to be done. And you got to figure out what you can withdraw and what you can't.
Sure. No, that's one great analogy, very insightful. And you've mentioned so many different important impacts that this has on social relationships, both within the family and outside, and on work as examples. And so actually this is a good opportunity for us to add a question to the table for us to consider, which is what are the impacts that these symptoms and health concerns that we've been exploring have on activities and other quality of life issues. And so I'm going to ask that if you can pull out your phones again. We're going to go to a polling question to get us started on kind of expanding this topic. And so here we want to know what specific activities of daily life are most important that you are either not able to do at all or can't do as fully due to your acromegaly. And so here we want you to select the top 3 things that are most impacted that are important to you. Your options here are A, walking, B, exercising, C, participating in sports or other recreational activities, D, family relationships, E, social interaction and participation, F, attending school or having a job, or G, household activities, things like cleaning and cooking. Which of these specific activities are most important to you that you are not able to do or do as fully because of your acromegaly? And again, just like with our other polling questions, we really want to understand what it is that's, you know, making it more difficult to do these different activities, and why you selected these as being the most important that you're not able to do. So think about this here for a moment. As a reminder, you're seeing the percentages of total responses, not the percentage of total individuals who have selected any particular response options. This is a bit of a ranking that you're seeing. We'll give you a few more moments here to think about this and pick that response option or up to 3 response options that represent those activities that are impacted by acromegaly. Wow, so what I'm seeing here is really a broad spread. You know, there's almost nothing that stands solely alone as the thing being most impacted. And so the fact that you all are selecting different things as the most impacted activities, you know, I'll be very interested to hear from you all, you know, what it is, why you made these choices. You know, what about your acromegaly is driving you to not be able to do these things, and why, and what does that inability to do these things mean to you? So to get us started on this, I'd like to go back to our Zoom panel here to get us started. And perhaps, Stephen, you could tell us a little bit about what you were thinking as you answered that polling question.
Well, the most impacted areas are the social, family relations. When the fatigue hits up, when the fatigue wall rises, there's nothing you can do. You have to shut down. And it doesn't matter whether you're at a basketball game or at a birthday party, family birthday party, you're done. The other aspects of this condition, the mental aspect, that you don't feel comfortable in crowds.
Mm-hmm.
Not so much the physical aspects, that doesn't bother me that much. It's just the anxiety that you try to avoid. So we tend to withdraw into our own little worlds. I recognize that even with my wife. It's just the two of us.
Mm-hmm.
But I still, when I'm feeling bad, when I'm hurting, which is constantly, when the fatigue wall rises up, or when the anxiety or the emotional aspects are there, I just withdraw. I go to my studio.
And
so
so you mentioned some of this is related to the fatigue and concerns about being able to make it through activities. What is there anything else that's driving this anxiety or with anxiety to be out in public or out in social interactions besides the fatigue?
Well, I've been battling this beast for 21 years now. I was diagnosed in 2000. I've had 2 transphenoidals, radiation, craniotomy, both hip replaced, all due to my acro.
Mm-hmm.
I had to go on full-time disability in 2009. My life is pre-acro and post-acro.
Wow.
And it's hard to deal with that pain, especially my disability was driven by my short-term memory deficiency and my cognitive deficiency.
Wow.
And so that interfered with my job, my architectural job as a project manager.
Wow.
What's next?
Right.
I think that's that every day is a new day. Every day is an unknown. I may wake up fine, energetic, and 2 hours later, it's changed.
Mm-hmm.
I'm down to 0 again.
Wow.
So I like to say the acromegaly life is flexibility and adaptability.
Sure.
You don't know what's coming.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Stephen, for sharing those. Often the non-physical things sometimes are harder to talk about, so I really appreciate you sharing that. I see that we have a caller, Carrie from Colorado, that wants to share some of the impacts that living with acromegaly has had on her life. Carrie, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you for taking my call.
Yes, welcome.
Yeah, I would say I echo everyone on this call, and especially what Stephen just said about social anxiety and withdrawing into our own worlds. I think that that's something that happens quite a bit. I personally was diagnosed not that long ago in 2019, but in going back through years of scans that radiologists had missed, they found my pituitary gland, probably pituitary tumor, about 10 years ago, unbeknownst to me or any of my following doctors. So I think kind of leading into what you guys were talking about earlier from an other category of the things that have impacted me,
sure.
I too have suffered from a lot of the side effects of this disease. But one of the things that's come as a surprise to me, which I'm finding is impacting my family, as well as my own self-esteem and my self-worth, is as I've gone through, and I had surgery, I had radiation, I'm on pegovisumab on a daily basis and have increased dosages. But it seems to be a mystery to my doctors, but not to the reports I've read about the weight gain I've experienced, GI pain I've experienced, fat hypertrophy, I believe is what they call it, my body image, all those things that, even though I work out 6 days a week and eat healthily, it's like I have no control. And it's like what a lot of our friends on the call have said today, that It's just what's next. And I think that's what's kind of crazy to me about this disease is how many things come into play over the years, before I even knew I had acro. And now that I know that I have that, it's kind of like there's new things popping up all the time. And going back to, I think what Bonnie had said about her pancreatitis, that's lingering in the back of my head all the time with this GI stuff that I've been experiencing. So I guess from a perspective of being part of this community and seeing what's next and what could be helpful for all of us is having a serious look at each and every one of these, I guess, spiders that come off of disease.
So, Carrie,
sorry, I probably just rambled way too long.
No, this is extremely helpful, Carrie. I really appreciate it. And I have a question for you. You kind of talk about the unknown and what's coming, and it sounds like it's and maybe I'm wrong in this, that there's new things that are being added. But I'm also kind of curious: is that right, or are there things that come and go? So you're worried about things coming back? And can you give us an example of one of those things?
Yeah, and I think it echoes what someone said earlier. It's like when I first was diagnosed, it was a huge relief that I could finally pinpoint a specific diagnosis.
Mm-hmm.
But now, I'm finding that as we progress through this, there's times when I was like, okay, great, I got the surgery, I had the radiation, I'm feeling better. And then now, though, a year and a half into working towards remission, I know I still have a long way to go. It's still kind of mind-boggling to me that I'm having some of these symptoms that seem to be either increasing or new ones coming up. So I think that uncertainty is what's driving me crazy, and probably my family, because I feel like every day there's something new I'm complaining about to them, and I'm trying not to. So
sure. Well, thank you so much, Carrie. I really, really appreciate that. No, it was not rambling. We do want to hear what it is that each of you want to share. And so, hearing about, this kind of legacy of new things and what those things are, but also the worry that is associated with that was so helpful. So I really appreciate that. I see, Mary, is there something you want to add on that topic? Mary?
So one thing that I just wanted to mention is a lot of people are mentioning anxiety. If you can turn that word into concern, it's just a whole new way to look at it.
Sure. Thank you. So I want to also give some time to the vast amount of comments that we're getting coming in, and there really are quite a few. So just a reminder that even though we won't be able to read everyone's comments today, that those will be incorporated into that Voice of the Patient report. Before I go to Larry to maybe share some of the impacts on daily life that are being shared, I want to remind you that you can call in to share your input on these topics at 1-703-844-3231, and we look forward to that. But Larry, what are you seeing coming in?
Sure, James. So someone wrote in from China, Wai Qiang, and he says that on his best days that he cannot take part in sports with my son, which is really kind of sad. And on his worst days, he says he has sexual failures that suck, social activities are reduced, and reducing work results in no promotion at his job for years. Then we also heard from Bella from Colorado Springs, Colorado. Bella says, I can no longer hike like I used to, and I shy away from hiking most days because I'm afraid I will be in too much pain to continue. I'm in pain every day, or I'm so stiff that I can barely move. I used to love to go dancing, hiking, and bouldering, but it's too difficult now. I love to socialize more, but find myself hiding instead because I cannot explain the fatigue and pain that I am in daily and get tired of being tired. I've been seriously restricted due to the pain and decreased motion. I can barely put on a bra or shirts with my shoulders being what they are. And then we heard from Leslie from Kawartha Lakes, Ontario, Canada. And she says that my acromegaly had a huge negative impact on my mental health, which we've heard now from several folks. I was diagnosed with depression bipolar 2, and once diagnosed, it seemed the doctor stopped looking further. Mental illness tore apart my family, and I now have irreparable damage to my family, and insofar as my daughters claim, and I believe me, they have scars because of me. And one other person wrote in, Adriana from Austin, Texas. She says, even with medication, living a normal life that doesn't hold me back is very hard to do. Not only emotional stress, but life after surgery has its own struggles. I became depressed and often think of suicidal thoughts. It's hard for me to even socialize with people I've known my whole life. I feel like acromegaly has taken over my whole life.
Wow.
So.
Incredible experiences and impacts, and thank you for sharing those. We're seeing such a range of things that have been impacted by acromegaly. I see that we have a caller, Suzanne from Hershey, Pennsylvania, that wants to talk about some of impacts of a symptom we haven't heard a great deal about yet, which is leg ulcers and feet issues, as well as some that we've heard a little bit about so far, which is, of course, the digestive system issues. So Suzanne, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Welcome.
Thank you. After listening to everyone speak, I added on to my list quite a bit, but I'll keep it concise. Mental health has been probably a serious problem of mine. I ended up losing my job that I adored, and so that was something I couldn't remember all the details I was supposed to do, even if I wrote meticulous notes. And that was a real blow to me. My leg ulcers have bounced back and forth from both ankles. I ended up having a bone infection and had to be on vancomycin and all sorts of other drugs. Another very unpleasant actually, problem was diverticulitis, which led to a sigmoidectomy. I had constipation and also, I'll move on. I can't read my notes. I had rectal prolapse surgery twice. And I think everything that's wrong with me, and I try not to focus on it, is due to acromegaly, even though I know that's probably not true, but I imagine quite a bit of it is. And one of the hardest things is trying to keep a good face, a happy face, a content, like I have no problem face in front of family and friends, because they can understand it, and I don't want to cause more harm. So that has been my experience with acromegaly.
Sure. And Suzanne, can you maybe, talk a little bit, because it sounds like you have quite a bit of experience with these different symptoms over time. Can you tell us a little bit of how that has looked over time? Because one of the things that we want to understand is, how these symptoms vary, whether that's day to day, week to week, or month to month, or even over the course of years. So anything that sticks out to you in terms of the variability and onset of these different health concerns?
I think mostly it's the fatigue and it's not wanting to socialize, even though I really want to do that. I was diagnosed in 1997 and was very fortunate to come across a doctor who was just experimenting with medication that he was able to put me on, and it helped me out a tremendous amount. But I never know what to expect. What I don't do is I don't try and anticipate good or bad. I just try and live in the moment and not let it get to me, because I can't.
Sure. Well, thank you so much, Suzanne. That was so great to hear. I want to circle back to our Zoom panel here. I know we've covered a lot, but I know there's also so much more that we could talk about. Donna, is there anything from your experience that we've missed, even if it's something that we've hit on, maybe a different take on it from your perspective? Would love to hear from you.
Yeah. And you can hear me okay, right?
Yes, hear you loud and clear.
Great. Great. The one thing that I don't believe has been mentioned or highlighted is the cardiovascular issues, the heart enlargement. Some people do have gone into AFib and have to go on medication to correct that. But the enlargement of the heart and the extremely difficult to manage high blood pressure has been one particular area that, as you live with this disease and as you age, It is one of the consequences that we're all having to deal with. It doesn't show readily. I think pretty much one of the common symptoms is high blood pressure. But to really know what's going on with your heart and manage and monitor that, have a very good cardiologist. I have a cardiologist and I also have a blood pressure specialist. And it's really with the medication that helps me to stay in control. But get your baseline. I can only suggest that everyone get their baseline of where you stand from a cardiovascular aspect so that you're managed well, because this disease can cause havoc, as we all know, with our entire body, emotionally and physically.
So Donna, on this topic of kind of the heart impacts and cardiovascular health, have your experiences with that translated to any kind of symptoms or impacts in daily life, or is this more related to managing it for, more concerns for the future?
Actually, it has. And it was quite a few years ago when I was struggling trying to get control of my blood pressure because I just thought I was going to stroke out. And I'm a registered nurse. So the signs were there. I could tell with the dull headaches, but differentiating a high blood pressure headache from acromegaly type headache, it's two different experiences. And to then educate my primary doctor and the other specialist of what I was experiencing, that I felt like I needed to pursue a different type of specialist that could really help me with this. But it was a gradual onset. I mean, it was there in the beginning, but then as my surgery and medication seemed to plateau, as I aged, it became worse. And there were many, many emergency room visits. And because I have 2 hip replacements and fortunately survived 3 blood clots to the lung, as soon as I hit the ER, it's like, okay, we got to do the pulmonary scan, we got to do the CT scans, we got to do all this stuff. So the hospitals have my records as soon as they show up. It's like, okay, we're dealing with something a little bit different here.
Sure. Thank you so much, Donna. So I want to, continue exploring these topics of the symptoms and health effects that have had the greatest impacts in your life, what those impacts are in terms of, actual activities that have been limited, and other quality of life issues. I want to add a final question to the table for us to consider as a group as part of this topic, which is knowing that so much of what you've experienced has already had such a great impact. We've heard so much of that today, whether that's in the past or currently. But what about the future? Is there anything that, either things that you currently experience or maybe things we've heard a lot about, not knowing what comes next, but what specifically worries you, or what specific fears do you have for the future as it relates to your acromegaly? So I'll ask you to think about that. We're going to get to that in a moment. But first I want to go to one of our callers, Brenda from Oklahoma, who wants to share her impacts, serious impacts of some of the symptoms she's been experiencing. So Brenda, are you with us?
I am.
Welcome.
Thank you. I was diagnosed with acromegaly when I was 60, and that was in 2014. I kept having a fat tongue, and my doctors never could figure out why my tongue was so fat. And eventually my primary care doctor did some tests, and she found out that I had acromegaly. I was immediately had surgery. I had radiation, and I had 2 years of injections with Something Depot. And I am now 5 years post-op, but some days I feel swollen, I feel puffy, I hurt, I have arthritis so bad that I have to pick my days of what I'm going to do. If I have a good day, I do the extreme, I do whatever I want, things that I want to do, but I pay for it the next day. And when my bad days come, I stay home. Unfortunately, I've lost my job due to COVID. And I'm home a lot right now on unemployment, and I'm really thinking about going ahead and retiring because I feel so bad. You know, the pain, the arthritis, you know, the weather coming through just aggravates. It makes it so bad. And when I was working, I had brain fog. I mean, basically, I've got the same symptoms as everybody else.
Sure. So Brenda, when you mentioned that, you know, you might decide to do some activity and you have to pay for it the next day, that really stuck with me. What kinds of things are you talking about? What type of activity will make it to where you have to pay for it the next day?
Well, like taking my kids to the park or setting the pool up for them to swim in. I mean, anything that I do out of the ordinary, it's bad.
Wow. Well, thank you so much.
Going
Brenda.
to the amusement park and walking is probably the worst. Is walking.
Sure. It's incredible to hear, you know, things that I think many of us would take for granted doing in daily life, being so difficult.
Right.
And so thank you so much, Brenda, for sharing. I want to go to another caller. We have Jill, who I think we all got, if you didn't know her before, we heard from her this morning, who the president of Acromegaly community. I see she's called in to wanting to share some of her experiences with living with acromegaly. So Jill, are you with us?
I am.
Welcome back.
Happy to be here today. I wanted to talk about the fatigue that that I hear most often within our community. The fatigue is horrible. And headaches. You know, you can't imagine what it's like waking up in the morning with a headache. Debilitating headaches. These are common things. And I know that earlier one of the caregivers talked about the rage that patients tend to have. And, growth hormone, unfortunately, can make us very quick to anger. And, I always try to be cognizant of it, but I truly do not feel like it isn't entirely our fault. And Brenda just talked about the brain fog, which is another issue that we have. Our short-term memory, in a lot of patients, is depleted. Those are just a few things. Joint aches. These things impact our daily lives. I'm doing somewhat better now, but I can remember days where I couldn't make it through the day without having a nap in the middle of the day. You can't even understand what it's like. When you have excess growth hormone, every single cell in your body is working harder than what it needs to.
Sure.
And, these are all, I just wanted to call in to say these are all just true issues that patients are dealing with. And, we need more help to help us address these issues.
Sure. Well, thank you, Jill. I think it's great to hear kind of that reiteration of, this whole constellation of different symptoms that we're hearing time and time again. Every person, it sounds, we hear a little bit more or less of one symptom, or maybe more or less of one symptom at any point in time, and that changes a lot. So I think we're really have had, what it is to live with acromegaly. We've seen a picture of that painted for us. I want to go to another caller that I see who has an interesting situation, one we haven't heard about. That's Emerine from Sacramento, California, who wants to talk about being pregnant with acromegaly. Emerine, are you with us?
Hi, yes.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'd love to hear your experience, what you want to share about being pregnant while living with acromegaly.
Sure. Yeah. I called in because I'm listening to everyone, and I'm definitely resonating with everyone's symptoms. And one thing I haven't heard yet is being pregnant with acromegaly. I had excuse me, I have an interesting story. I found out I was about 4 to 6 weeks pregnant one day before my scheduled surgery. Doctors were shocked as well as I, because I've been off birth control for about 4+ years and wasn't actively trying to get pregnant, but here I am pregnant when they told me that the cause of infertility and possible continued infertility is because of acromegaly. But doctors decided to proceed with the surgery as my tumor was pretty big, about 2.5 centimeters, and thought that it would be more beneficial for me and the future baby, hopefully, to get rid of that tumor in hopes that, everything would go well. And I'm happy to say that everything went well, and I have a healthy 2.5-year-old now.
Oh, that's wonderful.
But while I was pregnant, I did still have some of the acromegaly symptoms, although it was hard to distinguish considering it's my first pregnancy. But later that I learned about 6 months postpartum that I still had residual tumor. So I had a second surgery 8 months postpartum, and I'm currently in remission, but there's still some residual tumor there that we're closely watching, and I've had fluctuating growth hormone lab results, which we've been closely looking at. I've expressed to my doctors that despite all of the difficulties that everyone else has talked about with life and raising children and family life, work-life balances, one of my life goals is to have children. So despite having all the symptoms and everything, even being in remission, I expressed that I still want to continue to grow my family. So I'm actually pregnant again with my second child. I'm about 5 months pregnant. But I still have symptoms like everyone else that they've expressed. I have noticed during pregnancy, and my doctors have also echoed that while you're pregnant, a lot of the acromegaly symptoms seem to decrease and you feel a lot better, which is weird because when you're pregnant, you feel kind of crummy. But it's strange that while I'm pregnant, I do feel a lot better than normally with acromegaly symptoms, if that makes sense.
Yeah. What's an example of that? What kind of symptom is feeling better for you?
I mean, let's see, just my change in mood, which is kind of weird. Because you think you're still tired, but my mood has changed. I think maybe it's just knowing that you're bringing another life into the world. Your mood is a little more uplifted. But yeah, there's just some change in my emotional and psychological, I'd say, symptoms or feelings while pregnant compared to not being pregnant with acromegaly.
Wow. Well, thank you so much for sharing that really, truly, unique story from what we've heard today and what it is to live with acromegaly while pregnant. And so glad to hear that all has gone well with your first and now second pregnancy. So congratulations on that. So I want to finish off here. We have a few more minutes on this final question of, concerns, worries for the future. And so I'd like to maybe start with Donna, since we went to you last before. Maybe just share with us quickly what it is that you're concerned about for the future.
Glad to share. Actually, now that I am retired, I retired back in 2019 and went on Medicare. Was a big, big shock financially for PharmD. And so here in the United States, we're required to sign up for Medicare, or we're monetarily penalized, but you need the pharmaceutical benefit, particularly in our community, because we're all taking numerous types of medications. And I come from my profession, I come from the pharmaceutical wholesale industry. So I know the real cost of the drug, I know the contracted cost of with the various providers. But with Medicare, it was a big shock. And I reached out to our fabulous Jill and asked her, said, I need your help. And so it was a great blessing to me that she plugged me in to some resources to get some assistance. So that was a big help. I had planned for my retirement, specifically pulling more money into my 401k so that if I was going to be financially disadvantaged, I had a pool of money to help. But I would have exhausted that in a short few years at the cost of the drug that I ended up realizing with Medicare and its high tier category of what I was going to have to pay out of pocket. So that was my biggest concern. Of course, the health issues, but the financial impact was a big concern.
Yeah, thank you, Donna. Stephen, want to give you a word on this as well?
Like Donna, this is a very expensive condition to treat and to keep in control. And I think that's part of the anxiety is what happens when that wife's company insurance policy is gone. Yes, we get pre-existing conditions covered now, but the insurance environment is scary, and it can wipe out any retirement nest egg that any of us have.
Sure.
So the physical aspects of the disease is one thing. The mental aspects are just expanding all the time.
Sure.
And a lot of it is stuff that we don't have control over.
Right.
Like financing this.
Sure. Thank you, Stephen. I want to thank our Zoom panel for all of your contributions to the discussion today. As our final words on this topic, we have one last caller, another perspective we haven't heard from yet today, which is the caregiver of a person affected with acromegaly that was actually diagnosed in childhood, and so want to hear her concerns for the future. So that's Patty from Michigan. Patty, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Welcome.
My son was diagnosed with gigantism at age 14. A year and a half prior to that, he was looking very awkward. He was very passionate about basketball and football. He grew so much that he couldn't even play football for 3 years. And he was very awkward on the court. We didn't know what was going on. And then he was diagnosed. So he had the surgery, and he has recovered quite well. But at that time, again, he missed 3 years of sports. His self-esteem was very, very poor. He now is back to football. He is controlled with somatoline. He gets testosterone twice a month, and he takes several oral medicines for thyroid, and he's on hydrocortisone as well. Our concerns are how long will he be controlled. I'm a nurse too, so I have concerns about him getting injections for the rest of his life, building up scar tissue. We are trialing my capsa starting this month. but I have worries, as I'm sure he does too. He doesn't express so much because he's 18 and he's kind of a type B personality and more laid back. Thankfully, he's faith-based, but some of the concerns I have are when he meets his spouse potential spouse down the road, will they understand? Being diagnosed so young, will he even have a shorter lifespan? Just a lot of fears. Or what did she say? Mary said concerns. We have concerns. Yes. We'll put it that way.
Absolutely. Well, Patty, thank you so much for sharing your son's experience and those concerns for the future. We hear you loud and clear. So to end us on this, I'm going to give Larry the last word. Any comments on worries for the future?
Sure. So we heard from Vered, who lives in Israel, and Vered says that what worries me most is how things will evolve in the future for me. Although I think I can be considered in remission, I hear about tumors and that have grown back, symptoms that return, and I worry how my life will look in the future. And then we heard from Patricia from Clarkston, Michigan, who said, as a mom, though, I worry how my son will do on his own going off to college this coming fall. It's my hope for him in the future that there will be more oral medications available that have low side effects and decreased frequency and the need to take them. So.
Sure. Well, I just really want to thank all of you that have written in, called in, our Zoom panelists, our initial panels who shared their testimonies. We've covered so much ground. I know there's so much more for us to cover. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a 30-minute break. We'll come back at 12:50 Eastern time, that is. And we are going to build on this topic and explore more. We've started to hear some of your treatment experiences, but we're going to do a deeper dive into that. Want to know, the surgeries, the drugs, other things, how they've been helping, and maybe where some gaps are and what you still need. So tune back in 30 minutes and we'll pick up the conversation there. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting on acromegaly. I'm James Valentine and I'm here with my co-host Larry Bauer, and we want to welcome you back in this afternoon session as we build on the great dialogue we had earlier today where we learned so much about what it is to live with acromegaly, and we're now going to shift and build on that conversation to understand and assess the current treatments that you have available to you to help treat and manage your acromegaly, as well as understand your perspectives of what you want for future treatments to help with your acromegaly. To help start us out in this discussion, we're going to have a little bit of a presentation on the background on current and future treatments for acromegaly, which will be provided by Dr. Alan Harris. Dr. Harris is an endocrinologist, physician scientist, and drug developer who has been an adjunct professor of medicine at NYU Grossman School of Medicine since 2003. And Dr. Harris has also led the development of octreotide, an important treatment option for patients with acromegaly. Dr. Harris, take it away.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to be here this afternoon to give you a brief overview of available treatment options in acromegaly. Starting with neurosurgery, which is the primary management option in most cases, but not all pituitary adenomas in acromegaly are amenable to complete resection. Also, some patients are not suitable for general anesthesia and neurosurgery and need other options. Since the late 1980s, a number of medical therapies have been developed, including somatostatin analogs, dopamine agonists, and growth hormone receptor antagonists. Radiotherapy can be used in cases where there is significant residual disease after other options are used, but it has a long time of onset of effect. There is a very active expert group process that has developed consensus guidelines to integrate how to use the various treatment options in an optimal manner. On the next slide, over the last 20 years, there have been, in fact, 16 iterations and updates to these consensus reports on acromegaly, its complications and management. Some of these have been endorsed by learned societies in the United States, Europe, and elsewhere. On the next slide, among these main international guidelines is that developed by the Endocrine Society in 2014 and endorsed by the European Society of Endocrinology. This is a good general starting point for an overview of the various treatments. And I want to emphasize that for medical therapies, the use of these in the United States should pay particular attention to the FDA labeling, and I will highlight the labeled indications as I go through the options. On the next slide, as I said before, acromegaly involves using multimodal therapy in many patients, namely different types of therapies to optimize the treatment of acromegaly. For most patients, neurosurgery is the best initial option. Thereafter, for patients that still have disease activity, there are a variety of medical therapies, including first and second generation somatostatin analogs, also known as somatostatin receptor ligands, then the growth hormone receptor antagonist pegvisomant, and dopamine agonist. Also, radiotherapy to the tumor is another option. On the next slide, here is the suggested management of acromegaly from the Endocrine Society, ESE, European Society of Endocrinology guidelines. As you can see, from top to bottom, it starts with neurosurgery in most patients, and then, depending on the effects of the surgery on hormonal control, the decision tree is followed. It is important to state the goals of management from the consensus guidelines as they relate to hormonal control as follows and stated. We suggest a biochemical target goal of an age-normalized serum IGF-1 value, which signifies control of acromegaly. We suggest using a random growth hormone value of less than 1 microgram per liter as a therapeutic goal, as this correlates with control of acromegaly. On the next slide, indeed, transsphenoidal surgery is recommended as the first-line therapy. Also, a reoperation, it can be considered for patients with residual disease leading to hormonal elevations after the first operation. Preoperative medical therapy with somatostatin analogs is recommended for those with severe respiratory or cardiac comorbidities to reduce the surgical risk. On the next slide, somatostatin analogs were first developed in the late 1980s. Somatostatin is a natural inhibitor of growth hormone, and the first generation somatostatin analogs like octreotide and lanreotide were developed to have a long biological half-life and duration of action, and they are now commonly used as a once-a-month depot. These compounds target the subtype 2 somatostatin receptor, which is one of the 5 somatostatin receptors, and the subtype 2 is the main receptor responsible for inhibiting growth hormone secretion from the pituitary. On the next slide, dealing with first generation somatostatin analogs, octreotide can be given as a generic sub-Q injection, which was actually the original form that was approved. And recently, a newer delivery pen system, Benfisia, was approved. Octreotide is sub-Q, is indicated for patients with acromegaly who have had inadequate response to or cannot be treated with surgical resection, pituitary irradiation, and bromocriptine at maximally tolerated doses. The long-acting repeatable LAR depot form of octreotide, sandostatin LAR, is indicated for long-term maintenance therapy in acromegaly patients who have had an inadequate response to surgery and or radiotherapy, or for whom surgery and or radiotherapy is not an option. Similarly, there is actually a deep subcutaneous depot form of a lanreotide known as somatulene autogel, which is indicated for long-term treatment of acromegaly patients who have had an inadequate response or cannot be treated with surgery and or radiotherapy. On the next slide, just recently, the first oral somatostatin analog, Mycapssa, an orally delivered formulation of octreotide, was approved for use in acromegaly by the FDA. Mycapssa is indicated for use in patients that are responders to other forms of octreotide and lanreotide. Moving on to the next slide with growth hormone receptor antagonist. This is for patients with more difficult to treat acromegaly in whom surgery or radiotherapy are ineffective or unsuitable. The growth hormone receptor antagonist pegvisomant is also indicated. It's administered by subcutaneous daily injection. On the next slide is the second generation somatostatin analogs that, unlike octreotide and lanreotide that target subtype 2, pasireotide is a second generation somatostatin analog that binds to multiple somatostatin receptors and is also approved for the treatment of Cushing's disease as well as acromegaly. There is a long-acting repeatable LAR depot intramuscular formulation of pasireotide known as Signifor LAR, indicated for the treatment of patients with acromegaly who have had an inadequate response to surgery and or for whom surgery is an option, which is similar to the labels for other medical therapies in acromegaly. So on the next slide, the last category of medical therapies are the dopamine agonists. They are actually an established treatment for pituitary adenomas that secrete prolactin, prolactinomas, and other forms of hyperprolactinemia. In acromegaly, dopamine agonists orally administered have been shown to have a modest effect on the growth hormone levels in acromegaly and can be a useful add-on therapy in some patients. One of these agents is actually bromocriptine mesylate, also known as Parlodel, and actually is indicated alone or as an adjunctive therapy with pituitary irradiation or surgery, and reduces serum growth hormone by 50% or more in approximately half of the patient's treatment, although not usually to normal levels. Of note, there actually is another dopamine agonist not expressly approved for the use in acromegaly called cabergoline, known as Dostinex, and also acts via the D2 receptor, which is the same mechanism of action as Parlodel. Radiotherapy is, next slide, please, is generally used in acromegaly patients that, for reasons of pituitary behavior, size, invasion, and poor response to medical therapy, remain active. There are a variety of methods used to administer radiation to the tumor and tumor bed, including gamma knife. Irrespective of the method, the radiation effect has a slow onset, so medical therapy has to be considered for an extended period of time until growth hormone and IGF-1 levels decrease. Next slide deals with the disease control rates. Decisions on treatment options in acromegaly should be made on a patient-by-patient basis, ideally in a pituitary expert center with a multidisciplinary team. And here is a slide from one of the most recent updates of the acromegaly consensus groups in 2020. And treatment in acromegaly continues to evolve, and new published data on outcomes is informing clinical practice on an ongoing basis. And in this figure, one can see that acromegaly management is multimodal. That is, that a variety of methods are applied in an integrated way to guide treatment, and that combinations of therapies that I have mentioned as monotherapies are now suggested for the most difficult to control cases, as an example, combining somatostatin analogs plus pegvisomant. Now, on the next slide, just a few words about future treatments, starting with Camurus, which is a proprietary depot form of octreotide, which is in phase 3, and it is the same active moiety and binds to the same subtype 2 receptor. From the company Crinetics is a selective oral non-peptide subtype 2 receptor agonist, and that is in phase 2 and has been shown to reduce growth hormone IGF-1 via subtype 2 agonism. And lastly, antisense therapy from Ionis, which destroys the mRNA to decrease the production of growth hormone receptors and therefore reduce levels of IGF-1. So this has been a very quick overview of available and future treatments in acromegaly, and I now hand it over to you, James and Larry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Harris, for that very nice overview of current and future treatments. We totally appreciate that it's hard to cover so much in such a short amount of time, but it's a perfect setup now for our conversation with all of you, our patients living with acromegaly and direct caregivers, people, your loved ones with acromegaly in your life, to hear from you about these different treatments, approaches to treatments that Dr. Harris just previewed for us. So to introduce this topic, I want to share with you the different questions that we're going to be posing throughout the course of the next hour and a half, a little longer than that together. So if we can bring up our discussion questions for this topic too on current and future treatment approaches. We're going to start out by wanting to get a sense of what are the different things that you use or do to try to manage your acromegaly symptoms or your loved one's symptoms. When we talk about treatments in the scope of this session, we don't only mean the medical interventions, the surgeries, radiotherapy, and medications, which we've heard a little bit about today and Dr. Harris just so nicely walked us through. But we also want to talk about the broader range of things that you do to try to help manage your condition. That could be more holistic approaches to treatment. That could include diet management, exercise management, even lifestyle modifications that you might make. Anything you might do to try to make managing and living with acromegaly a little bit easier. That's within scope of what we mean when we use the shorthand of treatment. We're using that in a very broad sense. So what we're going to do is we're going to ask you to help us understand how these different treatments have helped in treating some of the most significant symptoms of acromegaly, everything you taught us about earlier today, and in terms of those symptoms and health concerns. How well do these treatments manage these? We also want to understand the other side of the treatment experience, knowing that no treatment comes without some trade-offs, some downsides. We want to hear from you about what those are related to treatment and how they affect daily life. And then once we've explored the current approaches to treatment that you have available, we're going to turn towards the future and ask you to weigh in on this question of, short of a complete cure for your acromegaly, what specific things would you be looking for in a next ideal treatment? And so another way to think about this is, what factors would you consider in making decisions about selecting a new course of treatment if a new treatment might be available to you? So we're going to work through these together, but to get us started off on this topic, we have another panel of your peers, Tracy, Brian, and Alicia, Helena, Ken, and Shannon, who are going to be sharing their stories. So Tracy, why don't you take it away?
Hi, my name is Tracy, and I was diagnosed with acromegaly in 2009. My journey to diagnosis was a little bit different in that I mainly had debilitating fatigue, started lactating, and had some soft tissue swelling. It took a couple of years for me to get a diagnosis. My main treatment for the disease has been Somatuline depot injections at various strengths over the years to try and find the right dose for me. I also take 6 medications daily to combat various other ailments that go along with the disease, such as depression and hypothyroidism. I have been fortunate that Somatuline has normalized my IGF-1 and growth hormone. However, I still suffer from debilitating fatigue. My fatigue has made it very difficult to do normal activities and keep up with my friends and family. I lived on the couch for the first several years after my diagnosis and surgery. I felt like I was sleeping through my son's elementary school years and lost friends because I just didn't have the energy to socialize. I thank God that my true friends have stood by me through this journey, and I've made some incredible new friends through Acromegaly community. They keep me grounded and focused on the positive. Although taking Somatuline has been an overall positive experience, it's had its drawbacks too. I ended up with a necrotic gallbladder that was full of gallstones due to the medication. Although the surgery was laparoscopic to remove it, it was just another surgery that I had to deal with through this journey. I've tried homeopathic therapies to combat the fatigue that didn't work at all. I just remember getting a call from the endocrinologist as I was walking up to the homeopathic center one day. He said that my ACTH level was normal, and I burst into tears because I was desperate to find answers, and this was yet another dead end. I was also prescribed stimulants that worked a little and hormone balance treatment to combat my fatigue, but none of them have relieved my symptoms completely. The hormone treatments did improve my quality of life for a few years, but seemed to wear off. When I went back to the hormone therapy doctor to see if we could try again, all he seemed to be interested in was weight loss. Through this journey, my weight did become out of control, so I decided to have weight loss surgery in the hopes that it would help improve my quality of life. Although I lost weight, my fatigue continues, and it is very hard to keep up with my normal activities. I eventually had the opportunity to join a research project out of California that allowed me to try an additional acromegaly treatment, Somavert. I jumped at the chance of taking a daily medication that could possibly relieve my fatigue. However, it made no difference. Furthermore, taking an injection daily was no fun at all. There were many steps to preparing the medication, and it was somewhat painful. I'm at the point now of just dealing with the fatigue on a daily basis. In the end, I have a love-hate relationship with my current medication regimen. I'm very thankful that my medication has normalized my IGF-1 and growth hormone. I know there are many others that aren't so lucky. What I don't enjoy is taking the injection every month. You would think that I would not be bothered with the process after doing it 10 plus years. However, I still get anxious thinking about having to take it and often put off taking it for several days or even longer. I'm always nervous that this will be the time that it hurts when my husband gives it to me. I always ice the area, but that's even a pain. I'm always worried about the side effects will come back as well. Running to the bathroom and being stuck there for who knows how long is always in the back of my mind. To top things off, I have recently been diagnosed with breast cancer. This has been a complete blow to my daily life. I have no idea if this diagnosis is related to acromegaly, but I know we are more susceptible to getting cancer. One thing my acromegaly journey has taught me is that I need to take this new path one day at a time, advocate for myself, and surround myself with other warriors. Short of finding a cure, I'm hoping that the future brings with it a once-a-day oral therapy for acromegaly. Only having to take it once a day would simplify my treatment regimen, and I'm hopeful that this medication will relieve my daily fatigue.
Hi, my name is Byron Davies and I'm from Perth, Western Australia, and my wife will be speaking for me.
I was diagnosed with acromegaly in 2006 via incidental findings. This was while investigating fertility issues and a testicular tumour, which have now been attributed to the disease. I'm currently on pegfisimant 15mg injections daily. I also take high-dose magnesium, fish oil, probiotics and apple cider vinegar tablets daily. For pain relief, I use paracetamol, ibuprofen and CBD oil. I am also seeing a psychologist to help with the mental aspects of dealing with a chronic condition. From 2006 until 8 months ago, I was using Smadaline 120mg every 4 weeks, deep subcut in the hip. My endocrinologist believes that over time, my body's gotten used to it and it stopped working. A new larger tumour has now grown, and my growth hormones and IGF-1s went back up to their original state, which was 3 times the max normal levels. In December 2008, I also had a transsphenoidal resection of the tumour. The post-op recovery was rough. A week in hospital in intensive care. I developed diabetes insipidus, plus having to deal with being jabbed multiple times a day for blood tests, not being allowed to sneeze, get water up my nose or lift more than 5 kilos for 6 weeks. Very hard with a 1-year-old and a pregnant wife. I also developed a mild spinal fluid leak, which was an awful feeling. Luckily that sorted itself, but it was a very physically and emotionally rough 6 weeks. Unfortunately, at the 6-month blood test, my hormones had gone up to their higher levels, meaning that residual tumour remained, though not visible on MRI. So the surgery and hardship was a massively disappointing failure. In 2016, I also trialled for a very short time Acromegaly to help with the IGF-1 levels, as even on treatment they were still above normal range. This drug led to an extremely strong urge to want to place a bet on any sport, though I have never gambled. It also caused extreme anger outbursts, constant agitation and an extreme libido. This trial only lasted a month as the side effects were at dangerous levels to myself, my wife and kids. The Smadaline injections controlled the tumour growth, the hormone levels and the soft tissue growth. The downside of using Smadaline was the coming down at the 3-week mark before my injections were due. I could start to feel subtle changes in my body and emotional state. I was more irritable and angered quickly. I sweated more and my sleep patterns were more disruptive. The injections were also not pleasant, being a large 18-gauge needle and a thick gel. Over the years, they have caused lumpy tissue in the injection area as there is not much variation in site choice. Plus, having the thicker skin made for a tougher time inserting the needles into the site. Also, while on Smadaline, I experienced an instant headache for 24 to 48 hours after each one. It also caused chronic gastric upset for a few days after each. This gastric upset has now become a constant issue to deal with, even after stopping Smadaline, which I believe is mixed IBS. In August last year, I also suffered a serious bowel obstruction caused by a Meckel's diverticulum, which is a congenital birth defect. My first ambulance trip had so much pain that I never want to experience again, plus emergency surgery that morning. Not sure if my hormones had anything to do with that defect, seeing as the doctor mentioned all my organs were enlarged, including my heart, but it makes me wonder. The downsides of the new drug, pegfisimant, is now having to carefully make up the solution and inject daily. These leave bruising and a constant mild ache around the various sites. Also, having to keep the valves in the fridge, so camping trips or holidays can be a bit more tricky to organise. I'm now also suffering from constant joint and muscle aches, plus fatigue since increasing from 10 to 15 milligram. I hate having to inject daily. Most bothersome at the beginning of my disease was having to visit my doctor every month and sit with all the sick people just to get my Smadolene injection. My wife Alicia, who has been with me every step of the way, then began doing them 6 years ago, taking that pressure off me. The staining of all my bed linen, clothing, and all furniture I frequent due to the oily skin from the disease is embarrassing. The constant blood tests and the MRIs, which always leave me feeling headachy and off colour. The side effects of both treatments that affect me the most is the weight gain. No matter how well I eat or how much I exercise, the weight is so easily gained and extremely hard to lose. It is embarrassing and has caused a major hit to my mental health. If I couldn't be cured of my acromegaly, I would really like to see an oral treatment be developed instead of the injections, with less side effects, of course, please. Thank you for taking the time to listen.
Hello, everyone. My name is Selena Castañón Vargas, and I have been living with acromegaly since 1998. I was diagnosed almost 23 years ago at the age of 26, the year my daughter Clarissa was born. In fact, it might have been the same day. While I held my newborn daughter in my arms at the ICU where she was under observation, after having stopped breathing shortly after birth, a nurse approached me and asked me if I had heard about acromegaly. I had not. I couldn't even pronounce the word acromegaly. She said I had the same facial features as another ICU nurse who had been recently diagnosed. I always knew I looked different than my other 5 small bone siblings, yet never thought there was a medical reason. In my late teens and growing into adulthood, I was always very tired all the time, but attributed the tiredness to a lack of motivation and fought my exhaustion by pushing myself to be active. I don't know exactly how I did this. At my 6 weeks postpartum appointment, and after having gone back to my teaching job, I mentioned acromegaly to my doctor. To my surprise, he said he had suspicions but did not want to add anything else to an already high-risk pregnancy, which included placenta previa and gestational diabetes. My doctor sent me to an endocrinologist who ordered MRIs and blood work, which confirmed I had a 1-inch benign adenoma on the pituitary gland, sending high doses of growth hormone and IGF-1 to my body. Clarissa was 3 months old when I underwent endonasal surgery to remove the pituitary tumor. My post-surgery treatment was pegvisomant daily for a month before I went to a monthly dose. I have had the monthly injection 264 times, the equivalent to 22 years. The monthly medication I have been on include pegvisomant, Sandostatin, and currently Somatuline. An effect of the monthly injection was an emergency removal of the gallbladder 11 years ago. It was hard for me to accept the fact that the entire tumor was not removed and to know there are active cells that may, if left untreated, could turn into another tumor. My coping mechanism was to stay busy, very busy, with my family and work. Since the injection site is on the buttocks, initially it was administered in the doctor's office, but then my father administered the shot for 15 years until he passed away. My daughter Clarissa, who is now 22, gives me the monthly injection. She's become pretty good at it too. My husband tried, but it didn't work out, partly to me being impatient. I wish I were able to give myself the shot because I don't like to trouble anyone. Hopefully soon other injection sites are allowed. About a year ago, cabergoline was added once a week, and whereas that controls the hormone levels, I was most recently also prescribed Somabird, the daily injection. Over the years, my treatment has allowed me to enjoy my life, but it has not been easy. I have suffered from depression, tiredness, and painful soft tissue swelling of my hands and my feet, especially when it is time for the monthly injection. Also last year, I underwent a total hip replacement at the age of 46. I was in constant excruciating pain and used the cane for almost 2 years in order to walk because the cartilage was completely worn out, like that of a 90-year-old, the doctor said. The daily, weekly, and monthly medication doses are a constant reminder of this dreadful disease that has affected my life and that of many others. Being self-conscious of my facial features, I had plastic surgery to reduce a prominent jaw. I do not rule out undergoing other procedures to help me look and feel better. However, I realize beauty is within, and if my family thinks I'm the most beautiful woman, then everything is perfect. I was able to have my second child, Mikey, 7 years after Clarissa was born without any complications. And I wish to live a long life so I can be there for my 2 children and my husband. I have a 25-year career in education and hold 4 college degrees, including a doctorate, but it has not been easy to work, study, and raise my children, especially when I was a single mom. The quality of my life would drastically improve if the Somaver daily injection could be either an oral dose or have a long-lasting effect as to not inject myself every day. It'll be a game changer. How wonderful it would be to not have the daily painful injections which leave bruises on my legs and my arms and are a constant reminder of my incurable disease. My hope and prayers are that scientists in the medical field continue to work for those of us with rare diseases so that our quality of life improves and most importantly continue to enjoy life for many years to come. It is not easy to accept the life expectancy of acromegalics is shorter than average. I would love to be able to live longer than what acromegalics are expected to live. Thank you.
My name is Kenneth Shaw, and I live in Welcome, Maryland. I was diagnosed with acromegaly at the age of 53 after looking for answers for over 20 years. I suffered from headaches, joint pain, extreme fatigue, enlarged prostate, abscessed fingers, cysts on the back of my head, ED, and sleep apnea. My first type of treatment was surgery, transnasal surgery, to remove the tumor. Unfortunately, they were not able to remove the entire tumor because it was wrapped around my carotid artery. After surgery, I felt less swollen in my hands, face, and body, just like a tire being deflated. But my IGF-1 and growth hormone levels were still above normal levels. I have to say, this was the lowest point in my life. I felt lost, unsure of life. I had no meaning, and unsure of what was going to happen to me. Would I ever feel more like myself? Would I get my energy back? Would I have less joint pain? At this point in my life, I was not living, but just existing. I had no dreams, and for one to be alive, one has to have dreams. Whether take a vacation with a loved one, go to a family reunion, travel to another country, take walks with your wife, whatever it is, one has to have dreams to feel alive. After another month, since my IGF-1 and growth hormone levels were not within the normal range, my doctor put me on a drug called sancistatin, 90 milligram. This drug is administered with a very large needle, and it's a very painful injection. After another 3 months of this medication, my IGF-1 and growth hormone level was not going down, so my doctor raised the dosage to 120 milligram a month. After another 3 months of 120 milligram injections, my IGF-1 and growth hormone rose instead of going down. My doctor then put me on Somaver 20 milligram, which is a daily injection, but the needle is small and I can inject myself. After a month of being on the medication, my IGF-1 levels and growth hormone levels reached the normal range. Even though my IGF-1 and growth hormone levels have been within normal range, I still have fatigue and joint pain. My doctor and I talked, so we decided to raise the dosage to 25 milligrams daily to see if it would help with my fatigue. I know for sure the drug helps because there was a period of 2 weeks which I could not take my medication. I felt very swollen, my joint pain was worse, and I was much more fatigued. One of the biggest things I want to stress about acromegaly, just because the medicine has our IGF-1 and growth hormone levels within the normal range does not make us normal. We still have to dig with how acromegaly has disfigured our face. We are still fighting every day with our fatigue and joint pain. Also, as a male, I deal with the emotions of ED. I had both my knees replaced due to the effects of acromegaly at the age of 54. I take pain medications to help combat the joint pain in my shoulders and hands. I also take high blood pressure medicine, diabetes medicine, ED medicines, all due to the effects of acromegaly. I wish more doctors would take more of an interest in the quality of life instead of just dismissing us because our IGF-1 and growth hormone levels are within normal range. I do believe there needs to be more of a focus on the quality of life with the rare disease of acromegaly. I would like to end with a couple facts about acromegaly. It is the 7th most disfiguring disease in the world, and the average length of a time for an acromegaly patient to get diagnosed is several or more years. Thank you.
Hello, I am Shannon Goodson, a mother, wife, working professional, and an acromegalic. I was diagnosed with acromegaly in 2008. I'm a native of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, and currently live in the Bronx, New York. I am the chief of staff of a transportation construction agency. It was 3 years after my first brain surgery to remove a macroadenoma that I was diagnosed with acromegaly. It was also at that time that I started 7 weeks of daily radiation for a residual brain tumor. The next line of action to get my IGF-1 and growth hormone in control was a monthly octreotide injectable. The medication initially lowered my numbers. However, after several years on the medication, I did not have normal IGF-1 and growth hormone levels. On top of that, it was very inconvenient for me to receive the injection. I would have to take a half day off of work between travel, picking up the injection from the pharmacy, wait time at the doctor's office for the medication to get room temperature, administering the injection, and traveling back home. It was 3.5 to 4 hours of my day. Initially, I was not bothered by it because at least I had something I could take. The injectable octreotide was the only prescription that was offered to me. After a few months of taking the medication, the inconveniences were apparent. Aside from the amount of time it took to receive the injection, the painful knots and bruising at the injection site was very uncomfortable. I would be amiss if I did not mention the pain of receiving the shot, something I did not look forward to every month. Additionally, I was not confident that I was consistently receiving the proper dose. I often wondered, was all the injection administered? Was the medicine left at room temperature too long? On a couple of occasions, the medication did not inject properly. Quite frankly, my whole life revolved around injection day. I made sure that if I traveled, it would not interfere with me getting my injection. I missed out on activities with my family and friends because of this as well. Initially, I did not have bothersome side effects aside from the pain and swelling at the injection site. However, 10 years after starting the injectable, I was diagnosed with gastroparesis. I was informed that it was most likely from octreotide. Before knowing how to eat with the condition, I experienced round-the-clock nausea and vomiting. Now I have to follow a strict diet and eat very small meals to avoid the nausea and vomiting. What I would like in a treatment for acromegaly: first and foremost, medication in a pill form. When my doctor told me I would be administered an injection on a monthly basis, the first question I asked, there isn't a pill I can take for this? I was deathly afraid of needles. Just my luck, taking a pill would be seamless for me as I already take pills daily. Additionally, and most importantly, it would eliminate the inconvenience of needing a half day to receive an injection. 3 years ago, I was notified of a clinical trial for octreotide in a pill form. I jumped at the opportunity. My prayer from 9 years ago had been answered. I was elated that I qualified for the clinical trial. Within a few months, my IGF and growth hormone were in normal range. There are restrictions on how to take the pill. The pill must be taken on an empty stomach. This was not a hurdle for me. I was in the clinical trial for 3 years. It was a 100% better experience than on the injectable. My journey with acromegaly has spanned 12 years, and most of those years were not easy. 2 brain surgeries, radiation, and pharmaceutical treatment. I appreciate being able to have the injectable octreotide because initially it was helpful in lowering my dangerously high IGF-1 and growth hormone levels. I was most successful in lowering my levels with the clinical trial for oral octreotide. If there was one thing that I have learned about the treatment of acromegaly, it is that there is a multifaceted approach to it, and it's definitely not one size fits all to feeling well. Thank you for listening to my story.
Thank you, Shannon, and to all of our panelists for this second topic on current and future treatments. It's really important to understand these treatment experiences that you've had, as well as what it is you're looking for. So I'd like to now take this opportunity to broaden the discussion, just like we did this morning, to help make sure that we hear many more perspectives on this, whether common or divergent from what we heard from our panel. So to start us off on this, like this morning, we're going to have a polling question. But before we go to that, I want to remind you that if you want to weigh in on your treatment experiences, that you can call in and go ahead and get in the queue, even while we're doing these polling questions. That number is 1-703-844-3231. Again, that's 1-703-844-3231. Please call in. We'll get you in the queue, and we'll be able to talk to you a little bit about your treatment journey. So now we're going to resume our polling. This will be our third set of polling for today. If you're just joining us and you weren't on, maybe able to join for the entire morning, we're inviting our patients and direct caregivers to share their experiences by answering these polling questions. You can do that by on your phone, opening a browser or opening a new tab on your computer and going to pollev.com/ACPFDD. That will remain on the top of the slide with the question here. You can keep that up and follow along with all of our polling questions through the remainder of the program. So our first question for this afternoon is we want to get a sense of what medications and other medical treatments you have recently used. And so we want you to select all that apply. Here our options are drugs to reduce, drugs to reduce growth hormone secretion, so sandostatin or octreotide. Other options in this category are somatulene depot or lanreotide, and Signifor or pasriotide. For B, we have drugs to lower hormone levels. We have cabergoline, as well as Parladel or bromkriptine. For C, we have drugs to block the action of growth hormone, like Somavert or pegvisomant. We have D, radiation therapy. E, proton beam therapy. F, stereotactic radiosurgery. G, surgery. H, experimental medications as part of a clinical trial. I, antidepressant or anti-anxiety medication. Or J, some other medication or medical treatment that is not listed on this slide that you have recently used for your or your loved one's acromegaly. And again, please select all that apply. And as a reminder, since this is a polling question that allows our respondents to select more than one option, the percentages you're seeing are not the percentages of people that selected each response, but the percentages of responses. So we're seeing this more as a ranking by looking at the size of the bars. So we'll give you a few moments here to enter in all of the various medications and medical treatments that you've recently used. As it stands, it looks like the most common treatment experiences from our everyone represented today is surgery, as well as drugs to reduce growth hormone secretion. After that, we have the next largest groups of experience are with drugs to lower hormone levels and drugs to block the action of growth hormone, as well as antidepressants or anti-anxiety medications. We're seeing quite a bit of other medications, and so we'll be interested to hear what those medications are from you. We encourage you to call in, write in. As a reminder, there's that little comment box that's under your live stream. You can always write in with comments, help answer these questions. But we do have experience with each of these other different medical treatment modalities, including with treatments for experimental medications that are part of clinical trials. So all of these are things that we want to hear about, and we're going to explore both how well they're working as well as maybe where there's gaps and what the downsides are with some of these. So if we can move to our second polling question. So in addition to medications and medical treatments, we also want to know what your current other types of things that you're doing to help manage your acromegaly symptoms. And again, please select all that apply. The options here are A, increased exercise, B, decreased exercise, C, modifications or accommodations at your home, D, a healthy diet, E, some other weight maintenance, for example, intermittent fasting, F, stress management, G, dietary supplements, H, CBD or cannabis, I, therapy or counseling, or J, some other approach to helping manage your acromegaly symptoms besides what is listed on this slide. So we'll give you a few more moments here to get in your responses. I see them still trickling in here. All right, so as it stands, as the final responses are coming in, it looks like the most common treatment approach, again, this question being all about things that are beyond medications and medical treatments, is a healthy diet. After that, we see an increased exercise being a management technique. It's used by many. After that, we're seeing maybe stress management, dietary supplements, and other weight maintenance techniques being used. However, I think across the board, we're seeing a very high uptake of many of these different management techniques, again, including other things that aren't listed. And so this is where we really want you to call in, write in, and share these different treatment experiences, what worked, what hasn't worked. Maybe you're not sure if it's working, but you've decided to continue with a treatment approach, in light of that. Whatever your experience is, we would like to hear from you. If we go to our next polling question. So here we want to start to get an idea of how well those treatments are working for you. So thinking across whatever treatments you have used, we want to know here, do you consider yourself or your loved one to be biochemically controlled, said differently, is your IGF-1 within the normal acceptable range for your gender and age? So to the best of your ability, please let us know if it's A, always, B, most of the time, C, sometimes, D, rarely, E, never, or F, unsure. So we want to get an idea of how well you are biochemically controlled, or your IGF-1 is within the normal acceptable range, based off of gender and age, based off of your current situation, including treatment approaches that you employ. So we'll give you a few more moments here. As it stands, it looks like just under a third of you report that you're biochemically controlled most of the time. After that, it looks like about 20% of you say you are always biochemically controlled, or you are sometimes biochemically controlled. Another almost 20% combined are rarely or never controlled. And then there's about 5% of you that say you are unsure if you are controlled. So So one more question for now. If we go to our fourth polling question. So we just talked about control of your IGF-1, but now we want to ask about your symptoms. So separate from biochemically, do you consider yourself symptomatically controlled? So all of those different symptoms and health effects that you described to us earlier today, would you consider those to be controlled? A, always, B, most of the time, C, sometimes, D, rarely, E, never, or F, if you are unsure. So please select the response option that most closely matches whether the degree to which you consider your symptoms to be controlled. Again, given this is in light of the total different treatment approaches you currently employ. All right. We're seeing a lot of responses still coming in here, so I want to give everyone a few more moments to get in those responses before we jump into our discussion. But as you're answering this and you're thinking about this and your response to the last question, we really want to understand what this means kind of qualitatively for you. When you say, something is controlled most of the time or some of the time, or rarely, or, what does that mean? Are certain symptoms controlled but not others? Or is everything controlled, some amount but not fully? Were things maybe at one point controlled but no longer? These are all some of the things we started to hear this morning as people kind of noted their treatment experiences, but we really want to dive deeper into this here. So it looks like results have mostly trickled in here. It looks like we have a wide range of symptom control. Probably the most notable thing being just 2% of people saying that their symptoms are always controlled. And then we see anywhere between 20 to 28% of you saying that you're either your symptoms are controlled most of the time, sometimes, rarely, or never. So we have a lot more lack of control of symptoms relative to what we just saw on the previous question in terms of biochemically. So thank you for participating in those polling questions. I hope that got you thinking about your experiences. I now want to broaden this discussion, remind you can call in, write in, but to get us started, I want to welcome our Zoom panel, some of more of your peers, other individuals living with acromegaly, and caregivers of people living with acromegaly who will be weighing in throughout this session and are going to get us started here. Where I want to start is there's so much we can talk about in terms of treatment approaches. I don't want to narrow us and focus us on any one type of treatment approach. I want to keep it really broad, but maybe a place to start would be things that have worked, treatment successes, if we want to call them that. What maybe, has helped, even if it doesn't help fully, that's okay. We want to hear about that. So to get us started on this topic, maybe we can start with JD. Would you mind maybe sharing with us anything from your experience that has been helpful?
Of course, thanks. Well, welcome everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to do this. My name is JD Fascinetti. I was diagnosed in 2010. Just quickly, looking back at the photos, around 30%. My team said, well, you probably had it around age 30 or 28. I'm 66 years old right now. I'm also the founder and editor of Pituitary World News, which is an organization we founded with Dr. Louis Blevins from the Center for Pituitary Disorders at the University of California, San Francisco. And it's dedicated to inform about acromegaly and other pituitary diseases, and hopefully help reduce the time to diagnosis. My experience is very similar to everyone. I had pituitary transsphenoidal surgery in 2010. I was put on a few medications that didn't work. Finally, we settled on pegvisomant, which has been working for 10, 11 years. controlling my IGF-1 and my symptoms. I supplement my medical treatment with exercise as much as I can, because I have a lot of joint issues, and nutrition, and watching what I eat. So that's pretty much it. It's been fairly steady for me, the control. And there's still obviously residual tumor, about 5%, that is been very stable, which is apparently not that usual.
So JD, when you mentioned, there were some therapies that you tried that didn't work, but then pegvisomant you were on, and that seemed to help you. What symptoms did you have that it helped you with, and can you give us an example of what that looked like?
Well, it primarily was the level, the hormone level, the IGF-1 level.
Okay.
They did not control and so the symptoms didn't completely go away. My features were still big. My nose was big. Fingers felt like inflated. Mm-hmm. Some people described it another way. But as soon as we went on the pegvisomant, the Somavert, all of that resolved.
Okay.
So it was just almost immediate, so for me, it worked very, very well.
Yeah. So when you were looking at those categories, where did you put yourself in terms of how well your symptoms are controlled?
I would say very well.
Very well.
Yeah, they're very well controlled.
Great. Well, thank you so much, JD, for sharing that. How about we go to one of our other Zoom panels here, Deanna. Anything that you want to share of that you consider something that's helped in managing acromegaly?
Hi, I'm Deanna Baduke, and I'm from Canada. Recently, I actually decided to do a whole change because my levels just weren't coming down, and of course, more medication was added. I changed my diet and started eating more healthier with getting rid of like the pasta, rice, potatoes. And I started doing a little bit more walking. It's not a big walk. It's like maybe a 10-minute walk around the block kind of thing. But I try to get out there and have a short little walk just to keep my muscles and bones a little bit more flexible. Mm-hmm. The bone pain is now starting to present itself. I try to, when I get my negative thoughts in my mind, I try to stop the negative thoughts and think of positive thoughts to try to keep me balanced.
Sure, and thank you for sharing that, Deanna. When you mentioned that you've now been on a healthier diet, you've been walking more, how have you noticed that helping you?
Well, the walk helps me to mentally be more clear and more focused, and try to be, how can I say it, more happier. Okay. Because this disease, you have apathy where you just can't feel or show how you feel. It helps with my bones to be a little bit like more active, like I said, keep them a little bit more tender so they're not hurting as much.
So have you noticed any improvement in kind of bone-related pain then?
A little bit, but not much.
Okay, sure. Yeah, well, thank you so much. That's very helpful. I see we have some people who have called in to talk about their treatment experiences. It's a good time to remind you that you can call in and write in throughout this entire session. So if you want to call in, it's 1-703-844-3231. And if you want to write in, there is that little comment box that's under this live stream that you're viewing today. You can put in your written comments, and we'll be going periodically and reading some of those. As a reminder, all of those will be included in the Voice of the Patient report, which is the summary report for this meeting. But to get us started on the phone, we have Judy from Merritt Island, Florida, who has had some treatment experience that has made a huge difference for her. So would love to hear that. Judy, are you with us?
I sure am.
Welcome.
I would like to talk about future control of this disease. A lot of us that have been in remission I've been in remission for 10 years, and
honestly, I didn't feel a whole lot better, even in remission. And what it came down to is a hormone called ghrelin. It's Grelin, and it's part of the growth hormone spectrum. And it was causing me all kinds of issues. It's also known as the hunger and fat storing hormone. So not only was I gaining weight and everything, I still felt like I had acromegaly. 17 months ago, I had a gastric sleeve procedure, which is removing a good portion of your stomach, like about 80% of it. That's where the ghrelin is produced the most in our body. Some of it's produced in the liver also. But immediately after that surgery, I have no more body pain, no more headaches, nothing. I feel amazing.
And what has that meant for you in your life? If you can maybe give us an example.
Oh, it means I can go to work every day and not have to worry about, am I going to be too tired to do anything later on, or I'm going to be too sore to even walk the docks. I work at a marina. It just being able to play my clarinet well, and it was affecting everything in my life. Sure. But without that extra ghrelin, it's just been amazing. Sure. My ghrelin level was 3 times higher than what it should have been. It's very hard to get the endocrinologist on board with even checking the ghrelin levels. They don't seem to believe it right now. But the bariatric community is very much into what ghrelin does to a person, besides making them obese. So it's an interesting hormone and something that really needs to be looked into. The Endocrine Society is getting better at acknowledging that, but still they don't want to test it. They don't want to write about it. So I really would like to push that issue a little bit.
Sure. Well, thank you so much for sharing your experience with that procedure and working to reduce the ghrelin hormone and how it's helped you. Very, very helpful. Thank you. So I see we have another caller who wants to talk about some non-medical treatments that have helped. So maybe some of those non-truly drug and procedure related approaches, and that's Ellen from New York City. So I'd like to invite Ellen to share her experiences. Ellen, are you with us?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Welcome.
I wanted to share that I've felt a huge difference in my symptoms based on adjustments to my diet. I've found that going on a plant-based diet has really helped, and also monitoring the sodium levels has a big effect on the soft tissue swelling. I also, movement is really important, especially with the joint issues. It's hard to get started because of the pain but once you overcome that kind of hill, it gets better, and then you can do more. It's either an upward slope or a downward slope. So sometimes when I get to a good place, I'm like, oh, I don't need to do all these things. Actually, my chiropractor gave me some exercises to do. And chiropractic appointments are another thing that are, not necessarily recognized as being helpful, but for me, they really have. And massage also helps a lot with the muscle tension, and also I think just there's mental effects from massage and relaxation, meditation, and that kind of thing.
Yeah, so this is very interesting, Ellen, and I appreciate you sharing it. I have a question. I'm just wondering, have these things, the diet, the exercises, and chiropractor, would you say that these have partially, mostly, help resolve your symptoms? Are those symptoms there, but just a little better now? Can you maybe put that into a little bit of context for us?
Well, because of the pandemic, I haven't been doing massage and chiropractic appointments, so sure. I definitely feel the results of that absence, and I would say it's pretty significant. Also, when
I'm firing on all cylinders, like doing everything. Like health is just my number one priority. It's all I'm doing. I can feel pretty good, really good.
Mm-hmm.
But that means my whole life is focused on self-care, basically.
Sure.
It's like a full-time job, beyond a full-time job. It's like a 24. It's like being my own parent.
Sure. Well, I really, thank you for being willing to share some of these non-medical treatments and how they've helped. Want to check in on the web because I know that we have a number of comments coming in too on this topic of treatment successes, things that might be helping. What are we hearing from our web commenters, Larry?
Yeah, so on the web, James, we've heard from Bella from Colorado Springs, Colorado, who just says that while I was taking my Capsa, I had less swelling, pain, irritability, and anxiety. I felt happier. My hair was growing back in, my nails were less brittle, and I did not have to have a strange nurse coming to my home to administer my medication, nor did I need to have to schedule my life around my injection times. And then from the other side of the world, we heard from Kelly from Sydney, Australia. Kelly tells us that she's currently on lanreotide injections and doing intermittent fasting, exercise, and amitriptyline, which we haven't heard before. She added amitriptyline for headaches, plus glucosamine and turmeric. And these work very well. She says she has minimal joint pain now. It helps with headaches. And she has minimal fluid retention from this treatment. She says it's very well controlling the symptoms that were my biggest concern, and everything else has become much easier.
Sure.
And then from David in the United Kingdom, I've been dealing with my acromegaly for over 12 years, and in that time I've reduced my medication to nearly zero now. My worst moments, though, are when my energy runs out and I get very fatigued, and I take Tostrin 2% gel, which is a testosterone gel approved in the United Kingdom, but it only lasts a short time, and the full testosterone gel is too much for me and keeps me awake at night. So.
Sure. Yeah, and even highlighted in some of these statements is this combination of things that help, but they come with these trade-offs. And, in that case of testosterone, keeping him up at night. So I want to actually broaden the discussion. And as we continue to talk about our treatment experiences, what's worked, maybe what hasn't worked, add in this element of telling us, what were those trade-offs? Perhaps those trade-offs made you stop the treatment, but perhaps you've continued the treatment even despite those downsides, perhaps side effects, the burden of needing to get the treatment and the like. So to get us started off on this topic, I want to come back to our Zoom panel here and ask Bert, are there any treatment experiences that you would like to highlight?
Hello, my name is Bert Nelson. I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. I was diagnosed with acromegaly in 2010 by accident when I went into the hospital with a blood sugar of 825 for diabetes. And then I was in remission for 2 years, and I started, it came back, had residual tumor come back. And so I started on Somotilin, and really quickly, eventually I was having severe breakthrough symptoms with the Somotilin. I was on 120 Somotilin with Berglin. So I switched to Somavert. Somavert eased those breakthrough symptoms for about a year. That was in 2017 to 2018. Eventually, breakthrough symptoms started coming back, but not as severe. And what worked for me was I was accepted to a study, a combo therapy study with Cedars-Sinai and Dr. Bonnert, and it was one of the best decisions I ever made. There I was on Somotilin with Somavert, and for the first 6 months, it was the best I have felt in the last 10, 15 years. I was able to go hunting again for my springtime hunting that I do. I was able to get myself up off the ground when I'm out hunting because I sit on the ground. But I was able to get myself off the ground, where before that I had to pull myself up on a fence or whatever just to get off the ground, and thought that would be it. Ever since that year-long study with Cedars-Sinai, I have come to realize and found out what I'm able to do with my medication for what works best. And I'm currently on 30 milligram of Somavert that I take on Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, and Sundays. And I still have some tiredness. I have joint aches and pains. I have muscle weakness in my legs, but it's probably the best I've felt, other than those 6 months during the study. It's probably the best I've felt in a long, long time. And all that I contribute to what I've learned through the study as to what works best for me.
Sure. No, that's I'm glad to hear that. But I do have a couple of follow-up questions for you based off of some things you said. I mean, one, I just very interested, which category in that polling question did you put yourself in terms of symptom management? And then the other question I have is, when you were talking about you had breakthrough symptoms, if you could maybe describe the pattern of that. Was that, when in your kind of treatment regimen did you experience breakthrough symptoms? What were those symptoms for you?
So the breakthrough symptoms I was having is when, probably the third year that I was on my Somatuline depot, I was on 120 milligram along with cabergoline. It was usually within 2 weeks after taking the injection that I would start having severe leg cramps, leg pain, joint pain. I couldn't get out and do much. I do work 40 hours a week, but even then I was missing work due to the pain. I was having a lot of headaches. And then the exhaustion was just overwhelming.
Sure. Yeah, well, thank you so much, Bert. Lauren, would want to bring you into the conversation here on this topic of treatment approaches. This could be something that's worked well, something with downsides you want to share. I'm very interested in any treatment experience you'd like to share with us.
Okay, so hi, I'm Lauren. I'm from Kent in England. I was diagnosed in 2015 with a giant macroadenoma that was 7 centimeters and kind of grew from here to here. It grew around my carotid artery and optic nerve. So the day I was diagnosed, I know in England treatment is a bit different because we have the NHS, incredibly lucky. So as soon as I was diagnosed, I went off to the investigation unit to receive my first injection of lanreotide. And then 2 months after that, I was in for my first surgery up the nose, the transsphenoidal one. But because the tumour was so large, they couldn't debulk all of the tumour just through the endoscopic approach. So I came home and recovered from that, and then went in for my first craniotomy, which obviously was a horrible experience. Unfortunately, I needed another craniotomy about 3 weeks after I came home from recovering from my first one. And in the meantime, I was still on the lanreotide. And I was on the lanreotide probably for another 2 years. Following my second craniotomy, I had radiotherapy for a month, like we all kind of do, in a few months after that. And then we had to apply for funding for the pasireotide. And then now I'm on some of that 30 milligrams. And I was on cabergoline. I never say that medication right. It didn't really do much for me.
Sure. Well, I know, Lauren, you had sent us some pictures, so I want to pull those up, and maybe you can walk us through what it is that we're looking at. So just hold on one second here. I think we can pull that up. All right. So I know we're seeing it here, Lauren, if you can talk us through this.
Okay, yeah. So the top left, that's like a couple of days before surgery on the beach. The one next to it is having my radiation mask fitted. Bottom left is, I don't know. No, it's recovering from a craniotomy. And the one next to it is just before my next craniotomy. And my eye stayed closed for that, like this, for about 3 months. So from about April to June or July. It's called third nerve palsy, and I'm now permanently blind in that eye as well because the tumour grew around the optic nerve.
Wow.
And the one, I can't quite see that picture, but I think that's me now.
Yes. No, that is. Yeah, so I don't know if there's anything else that you want to share about the, this surgery and what it was to go through that, but really powerful images.
Yeah, I mean, it was obviously a horrible time, but you get through it, and then it's a memory. Yeah, and I think the medications, I've not had many bad effects. I've not really benefited of any of them, apart from some of it, but not symptomatically. My headaches disappeared after surgery, but my hands and feet are still really large. Symptomatically, I haven't improved at all.
Sure. Well, thank you so much.
Even worse.
Yeah, thank you, Lauren. So I see we have some phone callers who have, I want to share some of their treatment experiences. Why don't we start with Dee from Maryland, who I know wants to talk about radiation treatment and her history. So Dee, are you with us?
Yes, I am. How are you today?
I'm great, thank you. Thank you for joining us.
So I was diagnosed in 2013 and had surgery. Unfortunately, like most people, they didn't get all the tumor removed. I ended up having a cerebral spinal fluid leak, spent a week in the hospital, and also had diabetes insipidus, which is caused by damage to the pituitary, and then basically you don't have the hormone that controls your reconstitution of urine. So my family called me a human sieve that I would drink, and I would drink a liter a day or 2 liters a day, whatever, and I would go to the bathroom that much. So without taking the nasal spray for the diabetes insipidus, I had to really monitor my fluid intake so that I didn't get imbalanced with my fluids. But because the tumor wasn't completely gone, I ended up on Somavert, which, like people have said, is, a monthly trip to the doctor, which the injection itself takes 5 minutes, but the time included to get there and get back is, a significant chunk out of your life. Yes. At first, I had a lot of gastric distress from it. After about 6 to 8 months, it got better, but I still was pretty much very tired about 2 to 3 days afterwards. I found, some people have also talked about this, that if I ate pretty much nothing or stayed on what we used to call a brat diet, tea, bread, soup, for about 3 or 4 days afterwards, I would have those symptoms under control that I wouldn't spend all my time in the bathroom. But I was exhausted for about 4 or 5 days after getting this Somavert, the Somatuline depot injection. And they adjusted my doses based on my numbers. Eventually, they had to increase them because the hormones weren't under control. So in 2018, they started me on Somatuline depot. The gastric problems with that were so severe that I debated on whether I was even going to continue the medication, and they last for about 2 weeks. I stuck it out, and luckily they went away, or else I would have, it just was too disruptive to my life. It wouldn't have been worth it for me to stay on it.
So after taking it, after a certain number of the depots, you stopped having that side effect, the GI side effects.
Yeah, and it still happens. Even today, if I eat the wrong things during that few-day period after the Somatuline depot, I'll end up with having some problems with diarrhea or some nausea. But I've learned how to control my diet for those few days after I get that monthly injection, that I can keep it under control. But adding the Somatuline depot was really bad for about 2 weeks. But that my body seems to have adjusted to that, so I don't have any problems. It's a nuisance to have to worry about how you're going to travel on a plane with it and getting the ice packs and making sure that wherever you're staying also has a refrigerator for you to put things in, because that's not always readily available in some hotels. It's getting better. But because my doses were my growth hormone levels were elevating, and I maxed out on the dose of both the Somavert and the Somatrolan. In 2018, we decided to move ahead with doing cyberknife radiation. So that was 5 days of treatment where you're bolted to a table with a mask on your head. It's a little bit anxiety-producing for somebody who has claustrophobia.
Yes, sure.
About 3 days into it, I guess on the third day, I developed a headache that lasted for about a week and a half to 2 weeks. So they put me initially on steroids. And then when it continued, it ended up sending me to the emergency room to be evaluated by the neurosurgeon to make sure that I wasn't having a bleed or, problem with the radiation. They also told me that there's a potential that a year later, for some reason, these tumors decide to cause headaches again with the radiation therapy. And about a year later, I had a headache for about 4 or 5 months, but nobody could figure out why. The scans were all normal, but they were really debilitating. I would go to work, and then when I came home, I would pretty much go to bed because the pain of the headaches was pretty intense.
Wow.
So far, the radiation has not taken full effect. They said that it could take at minimum 2 years before you start to see a response from the remaining tumor.
Right.
So I'm still on both of the other medications. Luckily, they've been able to reduce them down to the lowest dose. They tried to take me off, but my growth hormone levels went back up. So today I'm stable in my numbers and I'm stable in my symptoms, but I still am on both medications.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Dee, so much there in the kind of history of treatment approaches. And I think we're kind of hearing about this. This is a theme coming up of, range of needing to try things. It works for a while. Maybe it's not working perfectly and trying new things along the way. Another caller we have is Tracy from Vancouver, who wants to talk about some downsides of medications that they're experiencing. So would like to invite Tracy. Are you there? Hi, Tracy.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you. Just some very similar things to what the other people have been talking about. I'm on kind of the full meal deal of treatment. I've proven to be very treatment resistant. I've had surgery and radiation, and now I'm on the daily injection of Somavert, twice weekly Acromegaly, and about to restart the monthly Sandostatin as well. So some of the biggest hurdles are the side effects are often as debilitating as the disease itself. And when you're on a cocktail like I am, sometimes it's even a combination because you have more than one medication, so you have more than one set of side effects.
Yeah, and Tracy, Tracy, what I would love to maybe understand, because we heard so much about what the debilitating symptoms of acromegaly could be, but when you're comparing these side effects, saying they're just as debilitating as acromegaly, what kind of side effects are you referring to?
Well, for me, the biggest is the GI upset. There's nausea, diarrhea. It's kind of hard to function when you can't get out of the bathroom.
And is this something that maybe you experience kind of every day, or how often are the GI issues kind of really debilitating or limiting your ability to do activities in life?
They're mostly in the beginning, a few days after treatment, as others have said, and then they kind of taper down from there. And so it's kind of a reoccurring,
right?
I guess it's not constant, but
Sure.
Definitely reoccurring. And then I developed severe gallstones and ended up having my gallbladder removed. So sometimes it's that the cure is almost as difficult as the disease itself.
Sure. Well, thank you so much, Tracy. See, we're getting great callers here. I'll just use this as a chance to remind you, if you want to share your treatment experience, we'd love to hear from you. You can call in at 1-703-844-3231. You can continue to provide comments in that comment box. I'm going to take a break from callers for just a moment to check in with Larry to see what might be coming in on the web, maybe on this topic of treatment downsides.
Sure, James. Yeah, so we've heard from Sheila, who lives in Fremont, California. Sheila tells us that we should have different drugs to better control and actively lower IGF-1 in all types of tumors without the side effects of diabetes, cholelithiasis, etc. Medication should be improved substantially, so there's no need for radiation, which according to some studies complicates disease management and increases morbidity and mortality years after the radiation therapy, which we've heard from some folks. If I could wish, I would like to have more options on medications that are far more effective, preferably well tolerated and non-injectable. And then we had another comment sent in from Diana, who lives in Ottawa, Ontario. And Diane tells us, management of acromegaly for me has been medication by pills and shots of sandostatin LAR every 4 weeks. But unfortunately, sandostatin has caused an increase in my blood sugar, and I now have to be medicated with pills for diabetes. This disease causes me more concern than acromegaly. So although these treatments manage acromegaly and I am monitored every 6 months with my endocrinologist, it's still a concern that this condition could change any time for me, and I could have worsening effects on my health. And then just a third comment came from Egypt, from Cairo, Egypt, from someone named Amani. And I started out with bromocriptine, but it didn't work, so I was switched to cabergoline. The diabetes has stopped immediately, even before the IGF dropped. And the most significant downside is that I think that the cabergoline causes some depression or maybe even angry feelings. So.
Sure. Well, thank you all for sharing those, and I think it really rounds out from what we were hearing from our callers and our Zoom panel. To go to our phones, we have Brittany from North Dakota, who wants to talk about her experience starting out on hormone replacement therapy. So would like to welcome Brittany. Are you with us?
Yes.
Welcome.
Yeah, I guess I too had started medication, had surgery, then went through with gamma knife radiation, was put back on Somatuline Depot. I'm off of that. And have had some of the symptoms of the acromegaly, I guess, subside a little bit. I also was on the birth control pill for most of this time, but after getting married and hoping to start a family, I stopped birth control. And it was after that I felt like I kind of just took a plummet, extremely fatigued, extremely emotional, not a lot of motivation, a lot of aching in my hips, joints, all of that. I didn't feel like myself. I'm usually a go-getter and have big plans and like to get things done. And I just couldn't. And everything, it's like I wanted to do it and I knew I should do it. I work in a medical profession, and so I knew like I should, but I just, like, my body couldn't keep up. And so then my doctor had put me then on an estrogen patch, and then started looking into some different, the secondary adrenal insufficiency, as well as then I was diagnosed with the partial hypopituitarism, which I guess the part that was most concerning is those words. It wasn't until I kind of researched and started diving and reaching out to others, which I was very thankful I did, that I kind of brought those questions to my doctor, like those words and I guess secondary diagnoses weren't ever provided to me. Mm-hmm. And so I now have been placed on a small dosage of hydrocortisone just in the morning, and then also stress dosing. After talking to others, I felt the information wasn't probably conveyed the importance of cortisol and how that can impact a person. Mm-hmm. So I guess I kind of have gone on to, further my knowledge and education about what I need to do for that. I do feel some of my symptoms. Initially, I was told that cortisol might not take care of my symptoms. The joint, I still feel kind of puffiness and overall swelling. I've had weight gain, to which I keep being told it's not enough weight gain, and your IGF-1 and your growth hormone is normal. So maybe there's been permanent damage done by the acromegaly, but really I kind of felt as if there was nothing else I can do.
Sure.
But I'm hopeful, I guess, with the cortisol that I've started, I have had some relief of that, to maybe potentially start exercising or doing different things that might make me feel better. But I guess I'm just driven to keep researching, or if I need to, seek another medical, professional opinion to see if there's maybe something else that my current doctor might be missing.
Sure. And so I think kind of implied what you were saying is that, in your current symptoms, your kind of current disease burden, you really are limited in physical activities and exercise, but just wanted to kind of confirm that, and that's something that's, you haven't been able to resolve from these different treatments that you've tried.
Yeah, limited activity, the joint pain is still there, the fatigue is still there, and some fluctuation in my hands and feet. I would say our back. I recently had to take my wedding ring in and get it sized up a size and a half.
Sure. Well, thank you so much, Brittany, for sharing your experiences. Really appreciate that. I'd like to come back to our Zoom panel. John, we haven't heard from you yet. Would be interested if there's anything that maybe we haven't covered in your experience that you can share, even if it's under a broader topic that we've talked about, even your own personal unique experience, any treatment experience you'd like to share with us, John.
Well, hello, my name is John. I live on the island of Kauai in Hawaii, and I was diagnosed in October of 2017, and it has been quite a ride since then. There were a couple of things that the panelists here said that really resonated with me. One was about ghrelin, the ghrelin levels. This is something that I'm hoping the medical community really starts to pay attention to, because I also believe that ghrelin levels are greatly impacted by acromegaly and our pituitary tumors. I'd like to just quickly mention the mental health aspect of having acromegaly and how important it is to not only treat with medications and surgery and gamma knife, which a lot of us have had, but also taking care of our mental health. For years, I dealt with depression and horrible panic attacks. I would have sometimes up to 12 panic attacks a day. And for anyone who's experienced those, they're very debilitating, and it makes it a lot more difficult to function in life. So post-surgery, I had my surgery in December of 2017. Post-surgery, my anxiety levels went down, panic attacks started to subside, and my depression improved. But post-surgery and post-gamma knife and while I'm taking medication, I have found that seeking the help of a therapist has really improved my quality of life. And I think that's something that is appropriate to address with acromegaly.
Sure, and I mean, I really appreciate you bringing up this topic. Some of the mental health aspects came up this morning, and so we haven't really heard much about the treatments to correspond with that. So it's potentially an area that is unaddressed in this community, at least just from what's been shared. So, John, I mean, how long have you been, kind of using these techniques, and can you give some maybe example of how it has helped you?
Yeah, so currently I'm taking 2 medications for anxiety and depression. One being Wellbutrin, the other one being L-methylfolate. Mm-hmm. And but I've also gained a lot of help from meditation, and so I start each morning with meditation. That seems to kind of calm my my mind a little bit and get me started off on the right track. So meditation and medication. Actually, I started taking medication for depression just about a year ago, and it has dramatically increased my ability to function. Some of the things that seem insurmountable are still challenges, of course, but they are a little bit more accomplishable, and they've definitely helped.
Sure. Well, thank you so much, John, for sharing that. At this point, I want to kind of start to shift the dialogue. We've talked about current treatments, and certainly want to continue to hear about those, but also want to add in a question that I want us to start to think about and answer, which is really focused on future treatments and what it is this community is looking for, short of a cure, which we all would want for acromegaly. But if there's something that's going to come before that cure, what would you want that to look like? What would you prioritize? What factors would you consider when deciding to take something that might be coming down the pipeline? So to get us thinking about that topic, we have a polling question for you. This will be our final polling question of the day. So pull out your phones, open up that tab in your browser, and you can go to pollev.com/ACPFDD. This is for our patients and our direct caregivers. We want to know, which health concerns would you rank as most important for a possible drug treatment today? And we are going to make you have the hard decision here of which are the top 3 that you would prioritize. So your options are A, and these are the health concerns that you would rank as most important for a possible drug treatment. A, headaches. B, vision problems. C, type 2 diabetes. D, respiratory problems. E, cardiomyopathy or heart problems. F, joint problems or arthritis. G, soft tissue swelling. H, enlarged hands or feet. I, enlarged facial features. J, excessive sweating, body odor. K, dizziness, vertigo. L, fatigue, muscle weakness. M, reproductive system issues. N, sleep apnea. O, anxiety and depression. P, biochemical or IGF control. Or Q, some other health concern that you rank as most important for a possible drug treatment today. So we'll give you some time to think about this and getting your responses. As a reminder, these are percentages of responses, not the number of people responding. So think of this as a ranking that we're seeing here. So we'll give you a couple of moments to think about this. I know this is a challenge to pick just 3. However, I think this will help us in getting your feedback, as we then will invite you to call in by phone. If you want to talk about this, you can call in at that number, 1703-844-3231. You can write in that comment block under the live stream on the website to share with us what it is you're looking for from future treatments. Okay. So it looks like for this polling question that the response options are mostly in here. We'll continue to let them trickle in. But as it stands, it looks like the number 1 top-ranked important health concern that you would look for some relief from in a future treatment would be fatigue and muscle weakness, followed by the joint problems and arthritis. After that, you rate having biochemical and IGF-1 control as being an important top treatment priority. After those 3, we see a fairly large drop-off, but other important, more common, at least, I should say, treatment priorities are for headaches, the cardiomyopathy and heart problems, soft tissue swelling, enlarged facial features, and anxiety and depression. Although almost everything on this list was in somebody's top 3, except for respiratory problems and reproductive system issues. We actually have a fair number of people that are saying something else that's not listed on this would be an important priority for a possible drug treatment today. So with that, I want to now broaden this conversation, bring you into it, and invite you again, ask if you want to weigh in on what you want from a future treatment. Go ahead and call in 1703-844-3231, write in. But we'll go to our panel to kick us off, maybe with a little wave of a hand if someone wants to volunteer to start on what it is you're looking for from a future treatment. So, Lauren, why don't you kick us off?
Hi, yeah. So my main concern is the tumour regrowing, because there is still some there, and it affecting my remaining eyesight. And I've recently had a CSF leak 5 years post-surgery, and I said to my neurosurgeon, just as I was about to go into theatre, don't do this if it's going to affect my eyesight, because I'd rather die. And it's true. You couldn't think of anything worse than going blind. I have no light perception in this eye. So for the tumour to possibly regrow and affect the remaining eyesight would be hell.
Yeah, no, appreciate that, and can really understand why you would make that a priority for a future treatment. So thank you for sharing that, Lauren. Deanna?
Yeah, in the future, I'd like to see like an implant, maybe just under the skin, or even a patch that we can wear that, like just slowly disperses our medication. Because I know that there are a lot of us that have problems with the injection sites. They hurt. We get big bumps, and the bumps don't go away. I have to see a massage therapist to break down the bumps, so the muscles aren't so tight and swollen. And it works. It gives me relief, but it helps also with the injections not hurting as much when the bumps are gone. But if I could have some sort of a different way of receiving my medication, I mean, oral pills obviously would be awesome, but not all of us are going to be allowed in that category because of our levels. So having something that, doesn't hurt when we have to have it done would be nice to see in our future.
Absolutely. Thank you, Deanna. Yeah, we're not only focused on, some of the things that were in that polling question, which were, what might you want some relief from related to the acromegaly, but absolutely things that, maybe we can improve upon the options that we currently have. John, I saw you raise your hand.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'd love to second that about the implants. I'm actually considering getting an implant for testosterone instead of the patches that I currently use. And so if there were multiple medications that could be released from a type of an injection, that would be great. The other thing is, I know for people who have diabetes, they have these pods that they can put on their arms, and it monitors their blood sugar levels. One of the key factors that's really lacking in the acromegaly community is our ability to monitor our IGF-1 levels. Getting IGF-1 levels done is a process. I mean, it's not just it's getting blood work done, but then it's waiting for 1, 2, 3 weeks for results. I live in Hawaii. It takes about 2.5 weeks for me to get my IGF-1 levels. By then, who knows what might have changed. So if there was some type of thing we could wear that could monitor our IGF-1 levels throughout the day, we could make more appropriate changes in our diet and our sleep schedule in a lot of different things. So, I'd love for the FDA to approve something like that.
Yeah, well, thank you, John. And while we heard from the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research this morning, there is the part of FDA, the Center for Devices and Radiological Health, which does regulate diagnostic and monitoring type devices. Bert, I saw you raise your hand, and then we'll finish off with JD on what it is you're looking for from a future treatment.
Yeah, so it's kind of funny John said that, because my wife she has the glucose meter that attaches to her arm or her belly, wherever she wants. She also has an insulin pump that corresponds with that glucose meter to give her insulin injections based off what her levels are. And when John said that, I'd been thinking just prior to that, if there was something like that my wife has that could be used with checking your IGF-1 and regulating some sort of treatment program that would dose you based off what your IGF-1s were to try to keep you within control of those levels would just be awesome. I know it's probably in not the near future, probably further out than that, but I'll probably be long gone by then. But it would be something neat to really look into and see them come up with.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Bert. And final word from our Zoom panel, and then we're going to go to some callers we have. But JD, we'll give the final word to you on this question of future treatments.
Sorry, real quickly. Yes, I think that any medication that is away from injections and the burden of injections and oral would be great. And I know that there's a lot of research and development on that, but that's very good news. The other thing, I think that there should be more research, or I don't know if there is, but if there isn't, there should be more research with medications that aim to reduce the residual tumor size. So it makes it easy to take the whole tumor out. I'm not sure that is possible, but it certainly would be worth it, because to get that together with early diagnosis would resolve a lot of the comorbidities that acromegaly patients deal with. Joint issues being one of them. I'm a perfect example. 28 years undiagnosed. I have 2 hip replacements, 1 knee replacement, 1 bout of back surgery. So I think those are the 3 priorities in my mind.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you so much for sharing that, JD. So I'm going to thank our Zoom panel for their contributions throughout the session here. It's been wonderful. I'm going to now switch gears a little bit and take us to the phone lines. I want to start with Bella from Colorado. She's wants to talk a little bit about meds that don't tackle all of the symptoms. It's an important focus point for this discussion, and perhaps that will help highlight some of what she's looking for in future treatment. So Bella, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay. Yeah, so, the pharmaceutical companies and the doctors always only focus on that IGF-1 numbers and to make sure everything related to that is better. They focus on our clammy hands, on our sleep, some minor things, see what our fatigue levels are, but they never focus on any of the other symptoms that we might possibly have. Things that don't stop. You get you go through the transsphenoidal surgery, you get your tumor removed, you get put on medication, and some symptoms stop, but they all come back. 90% of them all came back for me. And the biggest one that I worry about is my arthritis. I'm 50 years old, so okay, but I've had now 5 joint replacements. I don't have a lot of joints left to replace. And the pain that I have sometimes, the mobility issues that I have, it can be unbearable. I can't cook very well for myself because I can't lift things, I can't stir things, I can't chop things because my shoulders, I just got one replaced 3 weeks ago, but my shoulders were in too much of pain. So what I would love to see in the future is that pharma companies and doctors can, focus on some of the other symptoms that we experience as well and how to control those better. That some of these symptoms are just dominoes. They don't stop, they keep going, and nothing stops it. So like arthritis, it'll never stop for me. I've got it from head to toe, and it makes me not want to be out anywhere, right?
Sure. And thinking about that and addressing that symptom and some of these symptoms, what would make a difference for you? Is it reducing the pain a certain amount? Is it being able to do a certain activity? any thoughts or insights you have into what amount of relief would make that difference?
I see all these, rheumatoid arthritis and, psoriatic arthritis commercials, and I see that take this pill and stop your arthritis. But there's nothing like that for osteoarthritis. So even if I took something for the pain, the arthritis will continue.
Right.
So no matter, masking the pain is one thing, and getting all your joints replaced, right?
Yeah.
I've got one shoulder, one knee, and two thumbs to go. After that, I don't know what I'm going to do. So it's not necessarily masking the pain that I need. Is what I'm hoping for is that some of these symptoms will stop increasing.
Yeah. Well,
I asked my doctor, can I take the rheumatoid arthritis pill? And they said no, but I just want the arthritis to stop increasing.
Right. Well, that makes a lot of sense, Bella, and thank you for helping clarify that. I think it's very clear. You want to see the stopping of even the arthritis progression, stopping the need to have joints replaced, not just only relief from the pain. So thank you so much. We also have Aladia, a caller that wants to talk about some of her treatment experiences and what it is that she would be looking for. So, Aladia, are you with us?
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Hi, my name's Eladia. I'm from Wisconsin. And, the reason I was calling was because with some of our medications, Sandostatin depot specifically, I have malabsorption issues. So I only recently discovered that was an issue with Sandostatin malabsorption, which, was pretty significant and important because it means all my other medications aren't being distributed to me appropriately and aren't working appropriately because they're not being absorbed. So my doses for all my other medicines need to be adjusted, but that's not being taken into consideration. So sometimes we may go undertreated for other ailments because they think they're giving us the maximum dosage, but really we're not getting all of it. So I think that's a problem. Mm-hmm. The other thing with the malabsorption is I think that more of the rate of absorbency needs to be checked and monitored. So when we're doing these treatments, are we also going in, 3 months, a year down the line and checking to see how long this medicine takes before it absorbs in the system? I mean, there's a reason that Sandostatin only lasts for 3 weeks instead of 4 weeks. We should be avoiding that last week. At what point does the frequency of the treatment need to increase and not the dose? So I think sometimes those are problems.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, and that's not something we've really heard talked about, so I really appreciate you sharing that. I want to, before going to another caller, I want to do a quick check-in with Larry. I just know we've been seeing a lot of comments come in and really have to commend this community for the amount of participation today. Way more comments than we could ever cover today, but just another reminder that all of those comments will go into the Voice of the Patient report. But Larry, what are we seeing in terms of future treatment priorities?
Yeah, so James, as future therapies, people want the things that we've been hearing over and over again. People struggle with the injections and the size of the needle. They say it's a 16-gauge needle, which is a large needle for the injection. People would like to see oral treatments. We've heard a lot of things that people would like to treat some of the side effects of acromegaly. One of the things that I read today was that we haven't heard so far was from Nancy from Hicksville, New York, who she suggested that we develop some type of an app so that everyday people could use it to find out if they might have acromegaly based on a series of questions and answers. And I think she was probably suggesting this since we've heard about the diagnostic challenges that so many people have gone through in the years that it takes to get accurate diagnosis. So.
Sure. Well, thank you so much. So to close us out, our final comment as we are running to end of our session here to focus on current and future treatments, we have Rita from Pennsylvania who has called in and wants to talk about her treatment experiences, and like many, I'm sure this will help highlight what it is she's looking for from future treatment. So Rita, are you with us?
Yes, I am, and I want to thank you for this opportunity. The virtual meeting was very informative, and I appreciate that. Before I let you know about what I'm hoping for in the future, I'll just tell you a little bit quickly about my experience with acromegaly.
Yes.
I had symptoms in my 40s, and then I live in a small town in Pennsylvania, so they were just treating the blood pressure, and then I got the diabetes, so they were treating that, but my brother was worried about my appearance because he knew I was very fit. I taught high-intensity aerobic classes, and at one time I was really attractive, but he noticed that I was getting puffy and my rings wouldn't fit on the fingers, and I even had difficulty playing the piano, and my shoes, I couldn't really just go to any shoe store anymore because my foot was getting large and wide. So he said, let's go to the nearest big city was Pittsburgh, and then that's where they discovered the very high IGF-1, and I went through 2 operations through the nose, one in 2003, but they didn't get all the cells, and then I had another one in 2005, but still the cells still got, I guess, near the optic nerve, so they couldn't get those. But I did try quite a number of different meds during that time. I was on the octreotide and the somatulene and Somavert, cabergoline. Now, the one that didn't agree with me was the Somavert. That was the one that the administration-wise I didn't care for because you had to do 3 times a day shots and had to keep the medicine refrigerated, which was inconvenient many times. But so that's the only one that you know what, I did get off of that too because it caused a higher liver enzyme. Now, my main career was teaching, but I had to retire early. Now my pension's much less because I had to get an early retirement penalty. But the reason why what I was curious about was if acromegaly causes other problems because as a result of the disease, I had a poor outcome from 2 surgeries. The ophthalmologist thinks it's because of that autoimmune disease that my eyes didn't want my new lenses put in after cataract surgery, so my eyes were inflamed, and then now the rest of my life I have to do steroid eye drops, and then because the acromegaly, I guess, wore out my one hip, I had to have the hip replaced 15 months ago, and it's been a long time to heal, and I don't know whether that nerve in there is still not back to normal, but it's affected my life because I can't really go on long walks, but that might be from arthritis from the acromegaly too, affecting my lower back. And then as a result, I had to give up my tennis that I enjoyed being on a league for 50 years. So bottom line, I was curious if acromegaly does affect surgery outcomes and if they'll ever find out what causes that disease. And for the future, I agree with everybody. What would be nice to see if they could come up with maybe just a pill to control the IGF-1 and the growth hormone.
Sure.
And I appreciate you taking the time to hear me.
No, well, I appreciate you, Rita. It was kind of a perfect final, kind of statement or testimony here at the end of the day, because you really hit on so many of the different experiences with acromegaly, the challenges with treatment, and then ending us with what you're looking for from the future. So thank you so much for calling in, and thanks to everybody who did. It's always hard as we're running out of time during our program because we've been getting so much wonderful input, and this community has been really tremendous, calling in all day. There's people that joined us by Zoom and shared their statements with us. Those of you that have written in, it's really been incredible, the input that we've heard from all of you. It's really hard to really pull back the curtain and tell us what it really is like to live with your condition. And as you described to us, it's not something that many of you are comfortable doing, even with your loved ones and people in your own lives. So the fact that you were willing to participate in a meeting, even if we couldn't all be in the room together, it felt like we were all together today. So as one of your moderators, I just have to thank you so much for being such active and vibrant participants today. It means a lot, and I can tell you from my experience working at FDA and now working more broadly in medical product development, that this input is going to make a difference. This is exactly what we needed to hear from you and learn about from you. And so we're going to work with Jill, who you'll be hearing from shortly, to make sure that this is summarized in a way that can live on in addition to the recording of this meeting. So just really want to close my part in this by saying thank you so much for all of your contributions. At this point in the meeting, we're going to summarize a bit of what we've heard. That's an impossible task. We've heard so much, but we're going to start to summarize, and Larry here is going to take that on. So at this point, I want to say thanks again, and Larry, good luck.
Yeah, thanks, James. Yeah, so I have the impossible task of trying to summarize all that we've heard today. It's been such an incredibly rich day with a lot of information. So we started the day with hearing from Dr. Teresa Kehoe from the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research at the FDA, who emphasized the importance of hearing from the patient community. And she also let us know the important information that so many people from the endocrine division at the FDA are in attendance today, and we appreciate that so much. And then after Dr. Kehoe, we heard from Dr. Melmed, who is one of the leading world experts on acromegaly. And Dr. Melmed shared with us some of the background and gave us an overview of the biology of acromegaly. We've heard today that acromegaly is a rare disease affecting 20,000 people in the United States. It's caused by a pituitary adenoma that leads to excessive growth hormone. And I think we've been greatly impressed by the number of body systems that acromegaly affects. It causes hypertension, cardiac disease, gonadal dysfunction, diabetes, sleep apnea, bone overgrowth, arthritis, soft tissue tumors, all, many, many different things. It also has a big impact on mood, including some people describe depression, anxiety, and excessive anger. And overall, people talked a lot about the impacts and the effects on quality of life, especially that, how it affects them because of fatigue, because of these severe headaches that can last for days and days, disabling joint pains with multiple joint replacements, so many ways that this affects people's lives and overwhelms people's lives. We heard from a panel of 5 people from this morning talking about their symptoms. We heard from Judy, who has multiple joint pains, which interrupted her career as a military clarinetist. She suffered from weight gain, bone growth that affected her lung capacity. It really changed her life trajectory. She had debilitating migraine headaches at least once a week that were attributed to stress, but were, from acromegaly. She said that the headaches rendered her useless, as she'd have to lie in a dark, quiet area for many hours until she was so sick that she would vomit. Next, we heard from Jason, who was impacted by severe fatigue, chronic pain in his joints, which affected his ability to walk. He had changes in his jaw and teeth requiring surgery, and he's currently on disability, which we heard from several people. I feel like my life is now defined by the disease that has wrapped its ugly hands around me. I feel like the possibility of living a real life is over for me. Then we heard from Ellen, who was diagnosed at age 26. Ellen has fatigue, pain, emotional distress. Those are the things that were most impactful to her. The fatigue impacts her social life. She also has osteoarthritis in her spine, hips, and hands. She experiences tension, depression, anxiety, and body dysmorphia from the physical changes. She said, I was a dancer for most of my early life, so becoming limited physically was especially difficult to accept. Jim talked to us about the needs for post-op full hormone replacement therapy. He suffers from fatigue, joint pain, and reduced range of motion. He's lost fine motor skills in his hands, and he needs assistance with some just activities of daily living. And on my worst days, he said, I just want to check out and hide from everyone and everything. Then we heard from June, who reported to us from Africa. June has enlarged fingers and a deepening voice. She had debilitating headaches and constipation. After surgery, she had residual tumor. She said, I'm beginning to feel like I'm losing my entire sense of self. I don't know who I am anymore and what is my purpose in life. I prefer my private space, safe from the demands of interacting with society. And her worries, well, the worries for the future that many people talked about are related to recurrence of the tumor and always wondering what's coming next. This acromegaly doesn't just happen and then it's over. It's something that happens across the lifespan, and it's always changing. In the afternoon, we heard from we switched gears to the panel 2, where we heard about treatments. Dr. Harris gave us a great overview of the current treatments that are available, as well as the treatments in development. He emphasized in his talk that acromegaly needs a multimodal approach, that people often have to have not just one, but several different treatments and medications. These can include neurosurgery, the different medical therapies, as well as radiotherapy. And the polling, one of the polling questions really illustrated that for most, the symptoms are only partially controlled by all of these interventions. That we heard from the afternoon panel. We heard from Tracy, who has fatigue and started lactating as an early symptom. She took somatulene but developed a necrotic gallbladder as a side effect. She doesn't like the monthly injections. She was diagnosed with breast cancer recently, which she's not quite sure if it's attributed to acromegaly, but might be. And she said short of a cure, she's hoping that the future brings a once-day oral therapy for acromegaly. And then from Australia, we heard from Byron and his wife, Alicia. Byron had transsphenoidal resection, but recovery was very rough and spent a week in the ICU. After 6 months, he realized the surgery was unsuccessful. He tried cabergoline, but had emotional dysregulation. Somatulene gave him headaches for 24 to 48 hours after each injection. And he said the side effects of the treatment that affects me most is weight gain. No matter how well I eat or exercise, the weight's so easily gained and extremely hard to lose. Helena was diagnosed at age 26 after a high-risk pregnancy. Acromegaly was discovered. She said the daily, weekly, and monthly medication doses are a constant reminder of this dreadful disease that's affected my life and many others. Ken said he had surgery, but the tumor was wrapped around his carotid artery. And after sandostatin injections, he feels like he has the gastric flu for a few days. He said, I can't stress how bad fatigue affects our lives. Fatigue affects everything we do in our lives, whether it's going shopping, traveling, family holidays, or spending time with family. And even when hormone levels normalize, he said that we still have to deal with the physical disfigurements. And then our last panelist was Shannon, who said she had 7 weeks of daily radiation for the residual tumor. She tried a creatide, but developed painful knots and bruising. She had the side effect of gastric paresis. And she used oral creatide as part of a trial. And she's really learned that the treatment of acromegaly is that there's a multifaceted approach, and it's definitely not one size fits all to feeling well. So overall, in closing, people would like more effective treatments. They'd like to see more oral medications, and they would like to stop the recurrence of symptoms. And I think it's been well established today that even though there are existing treatments, there continues to be an incredible unmet medical need for people living with acromegaly. So at this point, I'd like to turn the meeting back over to Jill Sisko from Acromegaly Community, and Jill will finish the day for us. Thank you. Jill?
Thank you for that summary, Larry. It has been an amazing day, and I'm also feeling so grateful for all the people who helped put this meeting together. Thank you to the FDA staff members who tuned in today. We know how hard you're all working right now with the huge added challenge that the pandemic presents, and we truly appreciate you taking time out of your schedules to join us. A special thank you to Shannon Cole from the FDA, who helped guide us throughout the planning process. Thank you to our meeting sponsors. We simply couldn't have had an event like this without your support. Thank you to the team at Dudley Digital, who somehow connected hundreds of us without a hitch. You are wonderful. I would also like to thank Dr. Teresa Kehoe for her thoughtful opening remarks, Dr. Melmed for his remarks on the clinical features of acromegaly, and Dr. Harris for his presentation on therapeutic approaches for acromegaly. And of course, thanks to James and Larry for doing such a great job moderating the meeting. Thank you to Harold Weiss for helping with the call-ins for today's meeting. Thank you to the Acromegaly community staff who have worked tirelessly for the past year to make this meeting happen. A special shout out to Tracy Harden, Judy Kessler, and Bella Mutual. Tracy, thank you for helping on any project I suggest. Judy, thank you for helping with the patient boards, which allows me to spend more time working on projects such as this. Bella, thank you for all your work on our website and the tech side of this organization. And finally, a heartfelt thank you to our panelists and discussion starters for all the work you did in preparing for this meeting and sharing your stories today. And to all of you who called in or made online comments, your bravery and passion made this meeting happen. The impact of this meeting will be felt for years to come. Thank you for making today a major milestone in our continued pursuit of helping to find treatments for acromegaly. Now that this meeting is complete, we will compile all of the information that has been provided today and produce a Voice of the Patient report. This report will be publicly available to anyone, and once published, links to the report will be on the Acromegaly community website. It is important to note that the web link to submit comments for the report will continue to be open for another 30 days, so please consider submitting additional comments. If you would like to revisit or missed any part of the meeting, you can also use the same link that you used to view today's meeting to replay the meeting on demand. The link is also located on the Acromegaly community webpage. Thank you, and stay safe and healthy.